Hi, Dereje, can you hear me? Dereje, you're muted.
I did.
You can hear me?
Yes. And you?
Okay, great. You may just want to, can you pull your, what is it called? Your camera a little bit down. We can only see the top half of your face.
You'll be part of the TI.
Ah, perfect. Oh, was that your picture?
TI.
Your picture looked like you. Okay, no, that's great. So we're just waiting for, so Alvin is going to be moderating your session. Yeah, and then we'll just wait for your panelists as well. We have the interpreters already logging in. So I think that's a good sign. And then we'll be able to take it from there. So I think just a couple more minutes. So right now we have it on, what is it called? Practice session. So the attendees haven't joined yet. So we'll open up exactly at 2 o'clock so that the attendees can join. Great. I think we've just been joined by Abdul. Hi, Abdul. How are you?
Hi, Chennai, or is it Vinny?
Sorry?
Hi. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Awesome. Perfect.
Hi,
great.
Dereje.
Hi, Abdul. How are you?
I'm fine.
Great to have you.
Yes, thank you so much for the invitation.
You are in Geneva?
I am indeed still in Geneva.
Great.
Lockdown.
I mean, it's not really in a way, it's a lockdown, yeah. The non-essential businesses have been closed and there's a curfew. So, and yeah, but it's not as strict as France, definitely.
Is this live as well?
Okay.
How are things in
the worrying thing
Nairobi?
is, as I told you, freedom of movement is granted.
I envy you.
In France, it is getting worse.
I've seen the news. Yeah, please be careful.
The death rate is higher than in April.
Okay.
Infection rate is higher than in April.
I
They
think
have
Geneva.
started sending patients to Germany.
Okay. Yeah.
I wanted to include Pooja, and she said it is public holiday. She is on extended weekend leave.
I see it. It would have been good to have her, but it's okay. We can manage. Yeah, so I think we'll just give it a few more minutes waiting for Alvin and Tove. So what I'll do is I'll just start the meeting. Welcome everybody to the last day of PAC. Tell them we've got 3 sessions, and then I'll hand over to Alvin once he's joined because he'll be moderating your session.
Chennai, will we be able to share our own screens, or is that something which the organizers would prefer to do?
No, you can go ahead and share your screen. Do you want to test now, actually, whilst we're waiting?
Yes, I would. Let me just
go for it. Yeah.
Yes, is it visible?
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Tove. How are you?
Hi, Tove. How are you?
Good morning. Hi. Good. Thanks for the invitation.
You're welcome. Great. We can hear you. We can see you. That's perfect. Yeah, so we're just waiting for our moderator, who should be joining us quite soon as well.
How are things in Eurodad going, Tove?
Yeah, we're back in lockdown. I'm sure you're the same. But okay. I mean, I think we're slowly starting to learn what online advocacy looks like. It's taken a while, but I think we're getting there. And how about you? How's the South Center doing?
Yeah, it's doing. I mean, I'm actually in office right now. So yeah, because it's in Geneva, it's like recommended to work from home, but not like strictly speaking necessary. So I'm in office right now. So we're still active that way, and yeah, it's like it's going well. We just finished a training program with the West African Tax Forum. We had covered taxation of high net worth individuals. And yeah, we're going along with our tax program. Do you follow the tax initiatives newsletter? We keep
Yes.
sending updates.
Yes.
Okay, I keep reading Eurodad's newsletter as well. Yeah. So I'd like to know more actually about what you're looking at these days in tax matters.
Sure. And I'd be happy to talk more.
Mm-hmm.
In short, the FACTI panel this week, BEPS 2 next week. And
Okay.
and then we need to follow up on the UN Tax Committee. I agree with you on that one.
Yeah. I saw your interventions in the discussion. I think on royalties and 12B. Yeah, no, that was very helpful. Yeah.
Yeah. No, thanks. We should talk more about what was that. I think for me that was a job not done, and they have 6 months left to finish.
Yeah, but thankfully it went in a good direction. I mean, there was a real chance it would have ended up in the commentary. So the fact that they voted to get it in is really good news actually. Now let's see what the final text of the article looks like.
It was a vote.
It was a vote, yeah, Dereje. It was 10 to 12, right? 12 from the developing countries and 10 from the developed countries.
That is excellent.
Yeah.
Because I was afraid, I was suspicious that they will not let it come to a vote.
No, there was a vote, but it was very unclear what the vote had been about. So after they had voted, they started discussing what they had voted on. And then they discussed whether to vote again, but they did not.
Your northern neighbor was notorious.
Always.
Who? Which one?
Horrible.
Which one?
The Netherlands.
Her northern neighbor, Chatham House rule.
You mean art? Are you talking
Dereje,
about art?
Are you going to share your screen? Are you making a presentation?
I have just notes. I can't share.
Okay, no, that's okay. That's all right. I was just checking to see if you had a presentation. Just a quick one again. If you want to pull down your camera, we can just see your forehead just a little bit, so that we can see your suit. Can you put it down?
Which you already know.
Which you already know. Do you want to just?
Yeah. It has no alternative.
No problem. Just pull down your screen this way so that we can see you a little bit more. The other way. Other way. No. Other way. Perfect.
Okay, well, let me add something.
That's. Does somebody? Can someone call Alvin? No. Alvin? Yes, I know. Can someone call Alvin? This is his session.
Is it better now?
No. That's perfect. So I'm just quickly trying to call Alvin. Is that him?
Here he is.
Oh, okay, no, he's here. Perfect. Just give me 2 seconds and then we'll start. Hi, Alvin.
Hi, sorry, I had a few issues logging in, but I'm here. I'm trying to log in through my phone now.
Okay,
But
great. So
should be fine.
all right, perfect. So we're gonna go live now.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Cool. We live?
Hello.
Okay, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending on where you're joining us from. I think we have a couple of attendees that are now logging into the call. We've just gone live. I think we'll give it maybe a little bit more time for people to log in, just so that we can get started. Okay, great. So I think we can get started. Hello again. My name is Chennai Muthua, and I'm the Policy Research and Advocacy Manager at PNA. Welcome to what has been a bit of a whirlwind of a week this week. We had our PAC week beginning first 2 days with national and regional, both virtual and physical meetings, and then had this 3-day regional virtual meeting that's been running since Wednesday. Today, Friday the 13th, is the last of our 3-day virtual meeting. And today we have 3 different sessions. So we have a plenary session that we are about to enter into. This is plenary session 4, where we will be looking at the international context of IFFs from Africa and the role of African governments to claim taxing rights on global profits of multinationals. So we will have a discussion paper from Dereje, and then we will have 2 panelists. We'll then have a 30-minute break to allow you to stretch your legs a little bit. I think we've all had a bit of our phone fill of virtual meetings, but then immediately after that, we will then have the second plenary session of this afternoon at 4 p.m., which is on what is the way forward, looking at different innovations and potential collaborations in terms of a way forward. After that, we will then have a 30-minute closing ceremony, so to speak, where we will have Briggs Bomba, who is from Trust Africa, as well as Alvin from TJNA as well, who give us some of their concluding remarks, really at the end of what's been, like I mentioned earlier, quite a whirlwind of a week. So without any further ado, I'm now going to hand over to Mr. Alvin Mosioma, Executive Director TJNA, who will be moderating the session. So Alvin, over to you. Go ahead and unmute yourself, both audio as well as visual, so that we can begin. Okay, it seems as though we have lost Alvin for a little bit. I think we have been having a little bit of technical difficulties over the past couple of days, but that's not a problem at all. We have all of our different panelists and discussants. Alvin has joined us, and so I'll allow him to sort of find his feet. But I think what we can do, Dereje, I'm going to go straight to you so that you can, I think, start this particular session for us. And I think go ahead and give us, I think, a couple of the notes that you'd already prepared for this session. And then, I think once you've done that, hand over back to Alvin, and then he'll facilitate with the panelists. So Dereje, please go ahead and share your thoughts.
Okay. Thank you very much. What I have tried to do in the discussion paper is really not to go to the technical details and the policy options, because it will be ably handled by the 2 panelists. It is unfortunate we were not able to get on the Africa Union Commission member who would have also given us the perspective of Pan-African institutions. Boss, I have started without you.
Please proceed, Dereje. Sorry, I'm having some technical issues here, but please go ahead. And thanks, Chennai, for jumping in for me. Thank you.
Okay. It is now about a bit over a decade since we started discussing and doing an advocacy and campaigning for against illicit financial flows from Africa. And in these 10 years, there are some market successes that we have achieved. For example, the narratives and perspectives regarding the direction of resource flows and the drivers of these flows. It was a widely shared perception that Africa is a poor continent, so it lives on the life support of, it survives on the life support given to it by rich countries. And the awareness raising campaigns we have done so far has shown that Africa is a net exporter of resources to the rest of the world. And the other one was that actually corruption was singled out as the main and only problem for Africa's development, and also as a possible and only driver of illicit financial flows from Africa. So we have managed to expand the meaning of corruption to make it include, on one hand, not only bribery, but also all sorts of abuses. And secondly, also to force people to accept that not only receivers, but givers and facilitators are also part of corruption. We have also really managed to erode the aid dependency syndrome in Africa by showing that significant that aid is peanuts compared to what Africa loses. We have also managed to push the agenda upwards in mainstream policy and political agenda, both on the continent and internationally. So the issue of IFF has become part of the agenda of intergovernmental processes at the UN. It is part of the UN SDG, and also the Africa, the outcome of the financing for development Africa. But we have to, when reviewing the past, we have also to admit and accept that these successes have not induced any policy change in practice with regard to illicit financial flows. The main reasons for that is there are a couple of many reasons for this, but we have to make responsible also African governments who have failed to do their homework. If you look at the MECI report, it had a set of measures, regulatory measures, legislative measures, which African countries can initiate in their own countries to curb illicit financial flows. None of this has been implemented, and African countries have also failed to act collectively because individual African countries are too weak to do a lot on their own. They have failed to act collectively at the continental level, and also they have failed to act collectively on the international arena. I have cited the example of the Common Africa position in the elaboration of the post-2015 development agenda, in which there were a lot of regional consultations involving government, civil society, Pan-African institutions, and the policy developed there not only unified the Common African position, but also it gave Africa the possibility of being part of framing a global agenda. So by the same token, when it comes to illicit financial flows and international tax rules, Africa has to act collectively, and that is a total failure up to now. When you go to the international arena, there are more blockades to solve this problem than progress at the international level. Just a few points. Alone, the disagreement on the definition of illicit financial flows has been used as a pretext to block progress. As you may know, there are a lot of vested interests who want to limit illicit financial flows to illegal activities, tax evasion, corruption, drug trafficking, and the like. And to take away the bulk of the main driver of illicit financial flows, at least in the creation of facilitators and enablers in terms of illicit financial flows. It is not without reason secrecy jurisdictions are interchangeably used, also called tax havens. They are not called corruption havens because they are basically created for the purpose of to facilitate tax dodging. Another issue that I will not go into detail in is which Tove will, I'm sure, deal with largely, and will be the role the OECD is playing, that its initiatives are, rather than bringing solutions, could be considered as hindrance to the solution seeking. The OECD is a membership organization. It has no universal mandate, but its powerful members have given it a mandate to develop international tax rules and set tax standards. It has started a lot of initiatives outside the UN. We have no right to deny any organization to do whatever it wants, but what makes it problematic is the rich OECD member countries are using the OECD initiatives as an excuse to block any progress within the United Nations to address these issues. So on the one hand, the OECD initiatives, which are not bringing any solutions. On the other hand, these initiatives being used as a pretext to block UN process. So that is why we don't have any progress in dealing with illicit financial flows globally. But that does not mean illicit financial flows do not have an international dimension. Actually, the illicit financial flows are only possible within a global context. If you just see the movement of resources, that is what you conclude. And secondly, illicit financial flows should not be regarded as a sectional or sectoral issue. They are tied with the issue of tax dodging, tax avoidance, tax evasion, and their solution is also linked together with the reform of international tax rules. So that is why it is very important for African civil society and all of those involved in the Stop IFF campaign to look into this international dimension, both in the causation of the problem as I was, and also as a way to solve the problem. If it is an international reform, if it is an issue of international tax rules, it means it is a global political issue that can only be addressed. And so it is not, when we say reform of international tax rules is a political issue at the global level, we mean it is a political issue that can only be solved in the political process and an intergovernmental process, that it is not a technical issue to be left with technical experts. And the second one is that democratic and transparent transparent international tax governance will be a requirement, on one hand, to solve these problems, and on the other hand, to also ensure African countries, along with other developing countries, can make use of their taxing rights to tax that part of global multinational profit, which is which is generated in their economies. That is why, along with major showing the different international contexts within which IFF is happening, we also emphasize that it is very much linked with the international tax governance issue. So that is why the fight against illicit financial flows should link up with all the campaigns and the struggles to stop tax abuse and to ensure the taxing right of developing countries to tax their share in global MNC profit. That is actually the main purpose of the discussion paper. I cannot go into the details. Now, as I said, the OECD is not progressing. Allow me to just quote a press release of ICRIC, the International Commission for the Reform of Corporate Tax Rules, which is an independent commission, and just to call some of the names you might know, Thomas Piketty is a member, Joseph Stiglitz is a member. It says about the latest iteration of the OECD outcome document, where OECD has brought it with its BEPS project. The current proposals have not obtained agreement despite having sacrificed all ambition and simplicity in the search for the support of dominant OECD member countries. And the process is unlikely to succeed as long as it continues to promote only marginal reform and excludes most countries in real equal participation, while allowing a few to protect their multinationals at the expense of public services and economic recovery anywhere. So the OECD is failing not only to bring solutions that are beneficial also to developing countries, but it's also failing in its own terms. It has not even managed to bring its own powerful members to an agreement. So what does this mean to Africa? It means two things. One is African countries should start taking universal actions to defend their taxing rights without waiting for an international solution, because individual African countries can be exposed to blackmailing, can be exposed to retaliatory measures if they try to go it alone. So these unilateral actions should be also sought collectively. African countries should coordinate the measures they take and also commit, support one another in fending off any retaliatory measures. So that even for what is to happen in individual countries, collective efforts should be prioritized. And this collective, this African collective voice should not also end in defending and promoting unilateral actions, but it also should be used again to have a say in the reform of international tax rules, defend the role of the UN in this process, and ultimately to bring an equitable and just solution to these problems. So I will stop it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dereje, and think for that very rich presentation. I think you have touched on quite a number of issues, and I hope that the two other panelists are going to unpack that. I don't know, are you able to hear me? If so, please, Dereje, if you hear me, please, you can hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Awesome. Yeah, so probably I should, my internet is a little bit unstable. With your permission, I'll probably turn off the video so that because I'm a moderator, I'll just speak without the video. So Dereje, thanks very much. I think for a very, very rich presentation. You've touched quite a number of issues. I'm not going to go into them, but some of the things that I hope that we'll pick up is one, you spoke about the success in terms of changing the narrative of and economic development, moving away from aid and the anti-corruption conversation to focusing on the systemic character, and particularly the role that is played by the global financial system. I think that was a very important point. The second, you spoke about the fight against IFF being not just a continental fight, but a global struggle. And I think that's something that has come throughout the conversation, that we need to connect national, global, and national, regional, and global. And I think some of the points that you have raised is very important. The other issue, which I hope that the other panelists will speak to, is the question of framing of IFF. This whole conversation that we have been involved about, the definition of IFF and why it matters, the move of looking at IFF from the narrow tax evasion, corruption angle to the more broader definition of IFF. I think it's something that has accompanied the whole fight and struggle on IFF, and I hope that the panelists will be able to pick that and unpack it a little bit further. Of course, the famous or the infamous role of OECD in setting the agenda of the global tax reform is another issue that you have characterized, and how this is basically contributing to limiting Africa's taxing rights and also minimizing Africa's voice in the global reforms. And the last issue, which I think is really important, and probably later on when you have the floor, you'll also unpack it a little bit further, is this issue of collective universal actions, or did you say collective unilateral actions? If you could, because we know, particularly in the area of digital taxation, we have seen countries such as France, Germany, and other European countries trying to take a unilateral action, and the US, for example, has been very, very forceful, and China also. So what is the scope for developing countries, even if they were organized under let's say, the African Union, to be able to take quote unquote unilateral actions in terms of protecting their taxing rights? Do we have the muscle? Do we have the political muscle to really take that kind of lone path? We know that countries like Kenya, of course, are introducing different levels to tax, for example, the digital economy, and we are seeing this. Yesterday, I was reading an article about how the East Africa community is trying to come together and set standards on the taxation of the digital economy. So these are kind of examples which I hope we can be able to discuss further in the Q&A. But thank you very much. Without any delay, since we are running out of time, I would now like to call upon Tove. Tove Reding is the Policy and Advocacy Manager at the Eurodad, very active voice globally on this issue, done quite some research and policy engagement in the UN. And the OECD on this matter. So Tove, I'll give you the floor to react to some of the issues that kind of pointers and perspective that I flagged based on the Dereje's presentation. Tove, over to you.
Well, first of all, warm thanks to you all and to you, Alvin and Dereje, for the invitation to join this extremely important discussion. Yes, indeed, these are issues that are being discussed all over the world, in Asia, in Latin America as well, and luckily also very much in OECD countries, including where I'm based. And And it's an extremely political issue, of course. It's a very interesting political example. We tend to sometimes discuss IFFs as if, oh, we should have some international rules to stop this. But when it comes to multinational corporations, the rule system we have goes 100 years back, and it's an enormous rule set that covers thousands of pages. And so the discussion can't only be about what rules are we missing, but also what is wrong with the rule system that we have. And indeed, for the last 50 years, it's been the OECD that has been the major driver when it comes to setting the international agenda, and to a large extent has also been the dominating voice and decision maker when it comes to what that rule book should look like. And therefore, when we discuss what needs to happen now, we also need to discuss where these dysfunctional rules, what their origin is. And it's fascinating to see a political debate where we all agree that we're talking hundreds of billions of dollars that are lost every year. We're discussing how many hundreds of billions, but we're talking about a very, very large amount. And it's strange that there is no urgency. Imagine we've written some rules that are costing us hundreds of billions of dollars every year. And everyone is talking about how, yeah, no, we should build on these rules in the future. And maybe we should do a few more rules. Why is there no outcry? Why is there no urgency? Why is there no urge to really just close these loopholes immediately? And why is there no discussion about the institution that was in the lead when these rules were made? In fact, a large part of the discussion globally, when we say, well, maybe we should let the United Nations lead the negotiations instead of the OECD, we often hear that the OECD has the expertise. It's true, the OECD has a large number of experts on the rules that the OECD has to a large extent written, but these are the rules that aren't working. And so obviously we need to replace these rules. And there's also, especially among OECD countries, a strong urge to say we need to build on the current system. And we can see whenever they try to change the rules, there's also a drive to keep as much as we can of the rules that we have. And this is, of course, a problem, is because that's why the problem hasn't been changed so far, is that when it comes to really reforming the system, there is a huge reluctance to do that. And so we need to look at the political dynamics that has led to this situation. And the first thing is the fight about taxing rights. That's what was the big issue 100 years ago. If we look at multinational corporations, the basic question was, well, we have at least two countries and often more. We have the country where the multinational is based, and then we have the countries where the multinational is doing business, but doesn't have a headquarter. And so when we split the rights to tax the profits of these corporations, which country should have what part of the pie? And they failed to agree. Obviously, the countries where the headquarters were based, which today is to a large extent OECD countries, they think, well, the biggest piece of pie should go to the countries where the corporations are based, and the other countries argued in the other direction. And so everything got stuck. And then about 50 years ago, the OECD picked up the discussion and started developing what we know now as the international transfer pricing system. And two things that have happened in the OECD negotiations. The one, of course, the OECD has leaned towards saying, well, when we split the taxing rights, there should be a privilege to the countries where the multinational corporations are based, the residence countries. Obviously, OECD says that OECD should have the biggest piece of pie. But the other thing that happened, which is equally remarkable, is that the international system became so complex, so full of loopholes, and based on some principles that everyone can see are not working, especially this idea that we should tax multinational corporations as if it's a big group of independent companies instead of a big group of subsidiaries operating under one big structure. And this principle has basically meant not only that that we have multinational corporations paying more tax in OECD countries compared to other countries, but in fact what it meant was that to a large extent many multinational corporations stopped paying taxes anywhere. We have several examples of corporations that are paying way below 1% in taxes. So the rules became so obscure that suddenly everyone started losing out. And then, of course, 5 years ago, two things happened. One, there was an update to the OECD system. And number two, and we had a conference in Addis Ababa where the developing countries pushed extremely hard for saying, actually, we need the United Nations to be the place where global tax decisions are made. We all participate on an equal footing, and the Secretariat is neutral, and it's about time for the United Nations to address this problem. The OECD countries blocked, and instead the OECD set up what they called the inclusive framework. And to quote a negotiator from a developing country in the United Nations, a forum doesn't become inclusive just because you call it inclusive. There's a very clear set of conditions for joining the negotiations at the inclusive framework. So all developing countries have been invited to come and join this negotiating body. But the condition number one is that they need to sign on to the tax standards that have already been written. And these were the rules that were written in the process before and up to 2015, which is almost 2,000 pages of decisions that they need to sign on to join the negotiations. Equally concerning, perhaps, is that a large part of the agenda is already set, and the process is still driven by a body, the OECD, which has 37 members. And of course, is first and foremost accountable to its own members. And this has caused a concern that even if developing countries do join, it might not be so easy for them to set an agenda and have their proposals negotiated in good faith. And at least for Eurodad and a broad coalition of other civil society organizations, including the Global Alliance for Tax Justice, we have raised the concern that it seems that developing country interests are not being respected in the negotiations. We can see the proposals on the table seem biased again towards OECD countries. And there's even been proposals from groups of developing countries, which we believe have not received the attention that they should. So the fight is still very much going on. And as Dereje also mentioned, there's now the additional problem that the OECD countries are, in fact, in their own infight. So the whole negotiation at the OECD looks very stuck. The most remarkable thing about the proposals on the table is that it actually suggests to keep a very large part of the system that we have. So we're talking about different types of sticking plasters on the system as opposed to a fundamental reform. And of course, this again wakes the discussion about why isn't the United Nations the place where these decisions get made? And you mentioned, Alvin, the United Nations has had a big discussion about how to define illicit financial flows. The reason for this is that, indeed, illicit financial flows are mentioned in the Sustainable Development Goals. So the United Nations has said they're going to work on illicit financial flows. But then comes the discussion where, to a large extent, it's again OECD countries saying illicit financial flows should not include taxation of multinational corporations, and we should focus on corruption and similar issues. And the reason for that is because that's what they want the United Nations to do. They want the United Nations to focus on the issues that they think should be the focus of the global community. The same is also the case for things like climate change and the Sustainable Development Goals and human rights. And there's a long list of issues that the European Union and others want all countries to work on. And then corruption is also one of these issues. So that's what they want the United Nations to work on. And when it comes to these issues, you will see the EU strongly supporting the United Nations as a decision-making body. But when we mention taxation of multinational corporations, suddenly we get these arguments that the United Nations is dysfunctional and it's never going to work in the United Nations. But the thing I find peculiar is that they point to the OECD as the big solution, when in fact, if there's one place we need to look to get an answer to the question, where do these dysfunctional rules come from? How did we end up with a system that's costing us hundreds of billions of dollars in lost tax income every year? It's been the OECD that has been driving the decision making so far. So for me, it's fascinating that we keep being stuck in this discussion. And there's a lot more that can be said, but I do want to try and end on a positive note, because there has been a change in the atmosphere as I see it. 5 years ago, when the discussion was about having a negotiation at the United Nations, we saw the OECD countries to a large extent stick together and say, no, we should let the OECD fix this now, and they're working on it. And then came the updated rules in 2015, and pretty fast it turned out that actually those rules didn't solve the problem, and we still had concerns also in OECD countries that corporations weren't paying tax, and that's why we started this new round of negotiations. But this has led to a situation where even among OECD countries, we are now hearing governments say, actually, we're not too sure. We think these rules don't look very good. The proposals on the table are not going to solve the problem. And we also have the situation that tax havens have a habit of specializing in ripping off other countries in their own region. And this is actually the case for example, the European Union as well. We have some of the world's most aggressive tax havens in the European Union. And one of the things they spend a lot of time on is actually stealing taxing rights from other EU member states. And this is causing tension. But this also causes the opportunity to imagine that we have an alliance of non-tax havens that spans across the OECD countries and non-OECD countries, and that we see an alliance, you can call it a race to the top instead of a race to the bottom, that you have progressive countries setting an agenda at the global level, as opposed to the current situation where it really is very often OECD countries trying to protect their corporations from being taxed, and tax havens trying to protect their systems. And so this change in dynamics, we do believe that there is a bigger potential for having a change. But I also couldn't agree more of the importance of having the regions organize themselves and really work together and come to the table with a coordinated approach and a very thorough problem analysis. And that's where the Mbeki panel's report and the processes that have already taken place in Africa provide such a strong starting point. But indeed, we've seen that in other global negotiations at the United Nations, is that taking Africa as the example, when Africa stands together as a continent, it is extremely powerful. And suddenly it's not a world where you have only the United States and France and China making decisions. It can really change the global dynamics when we have Africa as a region working together, even if there'll always be individual countries that aren't completely in line. But we've seen before that Africa can be extremely powerful at the global level. So that's my hope for the future.
Thank you very much, Tove, particularly for finishing on a positive note. Sometimes in this conversation, it can be, when you look at how the current situation is, it can be pretty depressive, particularly when you talk about these rules being going back to 100 years. So, like, are we able to change rules that are that old, or are we just kind of tinkering on the side? Things that jumped out of your commentary is one, really this lack of sense of agency. On one side, we talk about how much money we are losing, but then we are making, like, as if we have the whole time in the world to conduct these reforms. And the other question, which again I hope that once you have the floor, you can be able to go deeper into, is when you talk about the reforms being about protecting taxing rights and being about who is going to have what size of the pie. What for me then really comes out there is that sometimes, and you said so in your comment somewhere, that these corporations are not paying any tax at all. So basically, nobody is having any pie in the first place. So what is then the struggle about? When ultimately you see Apple and others struggling. So on one side, we are talking about protecting taxing rights, but on the other side, while we are here struggling between the rich and the poor countries, the horse is pelting, if it's pork, the pig is gone. Then we don't have anything to share while we are fighting. Just using that analogy, but really, it pins very well to the point that Dereje was making about this being a political struggle. When you talk about the sharing of the size of the pie, it's not about techniques. It's really about a political struggle. Who's holding the knife to slice that pie? I think it's really fundamental that we get that. The last point is, again, food for thought, probably for reflection before I call in Abdul, is really there was this kind of notion where they were not using a pie, they were using a pizza, where they were asking developing countries. I think it's Guria, the head of the OECD, was saying in one forum, why should you care about who's baking the pizza if you're getting a right share of the pizza? Really, this fight about setting a global framework where developing countries are on equal footing, the global forum conversation, and saying, well, really, if the pizza has been baked already, let's just decide. Don't go asking about how the pizza was baked. And somebody, I think it was from Vietnam, who says, what if I don't eat pork and it was a pork pizza kind of conversation? So it's this conversation about pie and pizzas it's really about that. It really boils down to the question that the billions that are being lost, both for rich and developing countries, it is a political discussion about how that is being shared, and that was the foundation of the OECD. Really, you said these rules going back hundreds of years. It was about that. It was about rich countries saying, okay, let's not fight among ourselves. Let's sit together, form a club among ourselves, and then we decide how to tax this. If they recognize that those years, it should be automatic that they should recognize the developing countries should be equally on the table. So that, for me, is what seems obvious. Sometimes is not as obvious. I'm not a presenter. Sometimes I should not take advantage of my chairmanship to make another presentation. I'll now call upon Abdul Chaudhary from the South Center Tax Initiative that has really is emerging as the center voice for protecting developing countries' voices on these global reforms. Very knowledgeable on this agenda, part of the ICRICT Commission steering committee, also leading in terms of generating Southern-led voices and Southern-led knowledge on these issues. Abdul, I'm not going to read again your rich CV of the kind of engagement you have had on this space over the years, but I'll hand over the floor to you to also share some of your perspective based on Dereje's presentation. And if there's anything you need to build up on what Tove has just said, please welcome. You have 10 minutes to do that. Abdul.
Thank you, Alvin. It's very nice to meet you for the first time. And it's great to see my old friend Tove once again. I would like to also thank Dereje, my dear friend, for giving this invitation. And it's an honor for me to be a part of this conference. And I also want to thank all the participants, my African friends. Dereje had asked me to make a presentation on the role of African governments in extending taxing rights on the profits of global multinationals. So that's what my presentation is going to be about. And it's going to be a presentation focused on solutions, on what we can do to solve the problems which have been highlighted in the discussion so far and through the course of this conference, really. And before I begin, I just wanted to say that this is not what Africa should do, but rather a set of suggestions which are coming. I'm an Indian citizen, and India has had its own experience of colonialism, imperialism. So this is a place of solidarity. These are some suggestions from your well-wisher, somebody also from a different part of the global south. So with that, I would like to begin by sharing my screen and to disable annotations, because sometimes that can be a problem. Yes, so I hope everyone can see the screen. So I'd like to begin by the statement by the African Union Commission and the ATAF in a conference held fairly recently on taxing rights for Africa. So I found two paragraphs interesting in that statement. One was that an increase in digital activities is an indication that taxing rights will form a vital part of the post-pandemic environment for domestic revenue mobilization, hence the need for African leadership for a positive outcome. And the second was, an African tax position requires a political backing of the African Union to ensure equitable taxing rights for African countries. So both these paragraphs I found interesting, firstly because it focuses on the importance of the digitalized economy, and the second one because it recognizes the need for political backing, because without that, negotiators can negotiate and negotiate, but they need the political mandate to actually push and push harder for more acceptable settlements for taxing rights. So my presentation is in two parts. The first, and like I said, it focuses on solutions and solutions and solutions. The first step is what can be the general steps which African governments could take to increase their taxing rights. And the theme of this conference has been on the extractive sector. So it would also cover issues unique to the extractive industries. And the second one could be steps specific to the digitalized economy, because that is also a concern in the post-pandemic era when revenue from commodity exports is really going down. So whereas revenue from the digitalized economy is going up. So it's very important to be able to tax that sector for African countries. So I'm focusing on a set of thematic issues. So the first one is withholding taxes. So we see that in many African tax treaties, there are reduced withholding tax rates. Some countries have tax rates as low as 5%, some 10%, and some of them are not uniformly applicable. Some countries don't extend it to management fees, technical services. So the first recommendation really is that withholding taxes in tax treaties by African countries are extended to as many categories of income as possible, particularly on technical services, interest, dividends, and royalties. And the minimum tax should be quite ambitious. It should be at least 15%. That's the first recommendation. The second one is on the definition of permanent establishment. So we see that permanent establishment definitions can be a little generous, and they can be less generous so that the taxing right can be extended. So the scope should be broadened to include supervisory activities, stock warehouses, insurance companies, and service PEs, which is Article 5.3b of the Model Convention of the UN. And this is important also, as Saul Picciotto, the famous tax expert, keeps saying, it is also helpful for us to be able to tax the digitalized economy, because it opens up possibilities to have a services PE. The second aspect is that the threshold for a permanent establishment should be reduced to 3 months ideally, because we see that now many foreign investors, they finish their project very quickly. The 6 month threshold for a permanent establishment may not always be relevant. In 4 or 3 months, the work might be finished. So saying that a construction site for 6 months is the minimum limit might be too late actually. So the threshold should be reduced, and this is important, especially with advancements in technology, when projects can be wrapped up even quicker actually. Then the next recommendation is on capital gains. Now, capital gains is basically the money you make when you sell an asset. So if you buy a share or a stock in a company, after some time value goes up, you sell it, that's a capital gain. You buy some land, after some time the value of the land goes up, you sell it, that's a capital gain. So capital gains is basically a profit from selling an asset. So for some reason, many African tax treaties don't really include capital gains provisions, or if they do, they're limited. So treaties can be either renegotiated, or when new negotiations are taking place, it's very important to ensure that all of the provisions from Article 13 of the UN Model Convention, which deals with capital gains, are included. And in recent, I mean, it's an old phenomenon, but in recent times, more and more countries are speaking up against the abuse of tax havens to carry out mergers and acquisitions. So one company buys another company or joins another company, but structures the transaction in a way so that it takes place through third countries, usually tax havens entirely. And because of this, the source country, which is really where the business is going on, it is deprived of the ability to tax the income from these transactions. So this is called offshore indirect transfers, where basically you have a company with the land and technology, equipment, everything in a source country, but it is owned by a holding company in a tax haven, which is owned by some other company, and so the transaction really takes place through by depriving the real source and residence countries. So offshore indirect transfers, and there is huge amounts of money involved in the capital gains of these transactions. So this can be tackled by having stringent reporting requirements. So the non-resident in your country, which is basically having a mine or a factory or whatever business there, they should say that this company is owned by a holding company here. These are the number of shares it has, that holding company. So those things should be very clearly reported, and this can be done by expanding the definition of what a beneficial owner is. So within the model conventions of both the UN and the OECD, there is provision of beneficial ownership of interest, dividends, and royalties. So these definition of beneficial owner can also be expanded to cover capital gains. So that way, countries would find it easier to know who really is owning these companies and hence has to pay these taxes. The third aspect is something which, I mean, it's an ambitious target, but it's something countries can try for. And it would be easier if it's done regionally through model conventions developed by the East African community or by the South African development community, is to allocate all residual rights of taxation of capital gains to the country of source. So what that means is that if the treaty says that income from A, B, C, D capital gains is taxable by this and that country, whatever is not mentioned should be taxable by the source country. That is something which countries should push for. And finally, it should also be clearly mentioned that ultimately a stock or a share is worthless. It's just a piece of paper, and nowadays it's not even a piece of paper. Most stocks are dematerialized, so it's just some code somewhere. They derive their value from underlying real tangible assets. So the country where these assets are located is the one which should be having the taxing right. So that's the basic conceptual framework for taxation of capital gains, specifically from offshore indirect transfers. Then just to cover your basis, countries should have anti-abuse provisions. So anti-abuse provisions are basically tools through which treaty benefits can be denied to a non-resident if it has been discovered that the transaction has been structured only to avoid taxes. So there are two types of anti-abuse provisions. One are called general anti-avoidance rules, and the second one are called specific anti-avoidance rules. So those African countries, because I think about 25 African countries are not member of the inclusive framework. Those African countries which are not member of the inclusive framework can have domestic legislations through GAR and SAR. Those countries which are part of the inclusive framework, which have agreed to the BEPS action program, should actually give priority to implementing BEPS Action 6, which deals with treaty shopping. And BEPS Action 6 gives countries three options, which is a principal purpose test, a limitations of benefits test, or a combination of the two. So the recommendation is that a combination of both a principal purpose test and a very strong limitation of benefits test should be implemented into domestic legislation. It's one of the 4 minimum standards anyway, to make sure that treaty benefits are denied to tax evading companies which are carrying out these transactions to just avoid taxes. And then another aspect is that it would be recommended, and this I give credit to Martin Hearson, who has done amazing work on this topic of tax treaties in Africa, is that countries should bring in laws to measure what are the tax losses through tax treaties. And it's also so that there is a kind of systematic collection of data. And it would also be interesting if it can be measured whether are these treaties helping in drawing investment. I mean, the data on that is quite weak, actually. So, but definitely some data on what is the amount of tax which we are losing because of these tax treaties is something which should be recorded in a systematic way at the domestic level. Now, coming to the issues specific to the digitalization of the economy. There are a series of recommendations. The first recommendation which African countries can do to increase the taxing right is to tax software payments as royalties. This is a topic which is being discussed right now within the UN. Article 12 of the UN Model Convention deals with royalties. And there is a question is, if I buy a software, some office software or some music software or whatever software, is the payment for that, is that for the software company, is that income as royalties or income as business profits? This is something which is under a lot of confusion. But the effort of developing countries is, and African countries specifically, that these payments should be taxable as royalties and not business profits. That's very important, because the moment they are categorized as business profits, then it becomes very easy for all these tax evasion and tax avoidance activities to take place, profit shifting. Whereas if they're taxable as royalties, then withholding taxes can be levied, which would basically at least prevent some of the income from being shifted out. Many countries already recognize payments for computer software as royalties. Those African countries which have not done so are recommended to ensure that payments for computer software are taxable as royalties. And either you can update your treaty, or even domestically, it can be interpreted to say that computer programs are literary work. Article 10.1 of the TRIPS agreement, trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights within the World Trade Organization, specifically says that computer programs shall be protected as literary works under the Berne Convention. So it can be interpreted that that basically payments for a computer software is a royalty payment, and it can be taxed accordingly. So it's much easier for countries to immediately start raising revenue. Now we come to countries which steps which countries can take domestically, and this is something which Alvin and Dereje had referred to. Now, what are the unilateral measures they can take? We can say national measures, because unilateral measures is actually a negative term. So chapter 7 of the Action 1 report of the Base Erosion and Profit Shifting Project lays out 3 BEPS safeguards. The first one is the equalization levy, which is also the which is basically the digital service tax. So countries can take it, actually, they are fully within their rights to take it. The second one is the most important one, which is significant economic presence. So this is a law which essentially would say that even if you don't have a physical presence, but as if you're selling your software, your digital services, and you're making money, a lot of people are using your product, you have a significant economic presence, and accordingly you have a permanent establishment. You're taxable in this country. Nigeria has brought out a legislation in this regard. And the third recommendation are withholding taxes on digital transactions. So Kenya, Uganda, Zimbabwe so far have introduced laws in this regard. And these expand the scope of what are the payments to which these withholding taxes can be levied at source. Within the UN, there is a discussion now on updating the Model Convention through a new article, Article 12B, which would basically allow for taxation of income from automated digital services. This is something which African governments can look at as a model in terms of both the scope of what ADS has been defined, and ADS has been defined in various methods, basically your income from advertising and the usual sources of revenue for the business, for the tech companies like social media platforms, companies which are giving online storage, Netflix, which are selling movies, and so on. So, I mean, not selling movies, which are streaming services. So these various sorts of digital services are under the scope of this article. And the draft article gives an option of taxing it in 2 ways: in a gross basis, which is like the digital service tax, or in a net income basis. The net income basis basically is 30% of qualified profits. And I would be happy to share more on what qualified profits would be in the question and answer session. Lastly, within the 2-pillar approach, there is a lot that can be said, but just 2 things which African governments specifically can think about. The first one is that, is it possible for amount B and pillar 2 to be detached from the discussion on amount A? Amount A is very, very complicated. It doesn't really yield much revenue, but amount B, which seeks to simplify transfer pricing rules, at least has some more realistic revenue prospects. And most of the revenue estimates are actually coming from pillar 2. So at least where more money is coming from, can we move ahead with that instead of having a package deal? Is that's something which can be thought about as a negotiating approach? And lastly, pillar 2. So right now there are 4 rules in pillar 2, and the first rule is income inclusion rule. That would basically give all the money to the developed countries. So it's very, very important that African countries should push that the subject to tax rule or the undertax payment rule comes first in the rule order. If that doesn't happen, then there's going to be very little left for the developing countries within the minimum corporate tax. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for, I think, a very, very rich presentation that has really built upon. I think you have presented, what I liked most about your presentation is that you are very spot on when it comes to very concrete solutions that African countries could adopt. And I think you started very well with the kind of Southern solidarity. And this really has been this kind of discussion dichotomy between when you talk of OECD countries and the rich on the Southern countries. We have seen, I think, this is where I think there's an opportunity for African countries to ride together with other developing countries. And I think this builds up very much around the work that the South Center is doing. I think you have presented very, very concrete solutions, particularly in the area of tax treaties, as you rightly said in your introductory remarks. This treaty area is really one of the biggest avenue for resource leakage, and there are very concrete policy steps that developing countries can do that touch on withholding tax, that touch on capital gains tax, on a beneficial ownership, anti-treaty abuse provisions. I think these are very, really, and of course, the most important point you raised about the role of data and the need for cost-benefit analysis. So I think I'll open up for Q&A, for questions. We already have some few comments and questions which have been posted. We have about another 30 minutes to go, 30 minutes to go. So I'll basically post a few questions that have been posed for you to for the three of you to pick up. One question is from Robert Suna, and I will just read it. If we have not been able to generate global consensus, that means unified solutions on taxation of the digitalized economy, what is the implication for developing or African countries? Doesn't the proliferation of unilateral approaches further lead to fragmentation of the already broken international financial system? That's really a question, I think, that comes both to the three of you about the scope for unilateral solutions vis-a-vis global consensus. Following the recent effort by East African countries to design common frameworks to tax the digitalized economy, should we use economic blocks as building grounds for an African or developing country and finally into a UN? I hope that question is clear from Robert Suna. The second question is from Raine Flora Tamo, where she is talking about taxing rights. In order to claim taxing rights on profits of multinationals, can governments demand that the participation of nationals in the share capital of multinationals who wish to settle in their territory? That's the question from Flora Tamo. Then I hope you guys panelists are taking note of these questions. You can answer any of those three, whichever you feel comfortable with, unless it is a question that was directly targeted to you. There's a question from Briggs Bomba, who's keen to hear on the feasibility of unilateral reclaiming of taxing rights. And I think, Dereje, you started speaking of this. Tove, this question is also to you in terms of reclaiming and reallocating the taxing rights. Can Tove say more about the taxation of MNCs in their residency countries for comparison purposes? Then we have a question from Kalozi Mulindwa. So Dr. Dereje pointed out to the undeniable fact that IFF have a strong political dimension, which was re-echoed again by Tove. What possible solutions of political nature would he then propose? Dereje, that's a direct question to you. The fight on IFF being a political fight, what are the concrete political solutions are we proposing? And I think this is where the conversation around the governance comes in. Yeah, so I think from Tamo, he typed the question twice. So I'll give the panelists the floor to respond to those questions that have come from the floor. Pick any of the questions. I'll start with the Dereje. No, I'll start with you, Chandri, then come to Tove, then Dereje will respond to the final.
Thank you, Alvin. So I would like to respond both to Robert Suna's question and to Rain Tamo's question. So for Robert Suna's question on the digitalized economy, there are various aspects. So the first aspect is that there's nothing wrong with unilateral approaches because tax ultimately is a domestic issue. What the UN and the OECD do is they just give you options. They prepare a model convention which countries can refer to when negotiating the tax treaty, but they don't have to really. They set transfer pricing guidelines, and countries, it's up to them whether they want to follow these guidelines. They give you options on how you can settle a dispute through mutual agreement procedure. Again, it's up to countries. So what these institutions are doing, the UN and the OECD, are really just giving you options. They're not, it's not like the World Trade Organization where you're bound by these rules and there's a centralized system for dispute settlement. So in that sense, the international tax system is not that integrated as you would think. It's actually really just, it's quite domestic in that sense. So countries taking more and more steps to safeguard their revenue interests with the COVID pandemic, with these tech giants having record profits, every day. It's not a bad thing, really. The obligation of every government is towards the people, not towards some abstract idea of multilateralism. So that in that sense, it's not such a bad thing, and in fact, it's a good thing because the proliferation of these measures has actually hastened the discussion. The discussion on the digitalized economy is going on since 2015. Countries are just talking and talking and talking, and finally, when countries began taking unilateral measures, is when there was this big hurry on finding a solution. So I think it would, in fact, add pressure, especially when developing countries do it. Those things which they cannot get through the multilateral negotiations, they should bring in national measures so that the multilateral discussions are forced to take note of these things. Otherwise, the developed countries will not really listen. That's the first aspect of the question. The second aspect is that the recent effort by East African countries to have a common framework. That's a very good approach. The East African community had a model tax convention which could have been stronger. It could have had more strong provisions. For example, it could have had a smaller threshold for a permanent establishment, and it could have had capital gains on more on a broader provision of capital gains, which also covered movable assets. So in that sense, there's a precedent for the East African community to have a model tax convention which can be referred to by African countries. If a common framework can be designed on the digitalized economy, which has a very strong provision, which has a good significant economic presence provision, which recommends high withholding tax rates, it would definitely be a good pole around which a common negotiating stance can be taken. And this does not prevent countries from influencing the discussion within the UN. So or even the OECD. I mean, countries can enter reservations to provisions which they don't agree with. So it's not an either or. All these options are there, and all of them should be used to the fullest. As for Rain Tamo's question on claiming the taxing rights on the profits of multinationals, I mean, I'm not sure whether governments can demand the participations of share capital. I think that would be governed more by an bilateral investment treaty. So I'm not sure if or how exactly that would take place. I think that would be more of an investment aspect. But in any case, there are other options to deal with this problem, basically through taxation of dividends. So if nothing else, at least your government can put high withholding tax rate on dividends so that the profits are not shifted out to the shareholders in a different country. So that is one option which can be explored. So yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Atove.
Yes, thank you for these great questions. To start with the question of how much unilateral action can countries take individually and also as a region. Well, I mean, one positive side, I guess, of the fact that the tax system is a mess is that I agree very much with Abdul, is that there's most of what we have in international tax rules are guidelines and suggestions and model treaties, but we don't have as tight a system as we, for example, see in the World Trade Organization. So as long as governments are a bit careful about what conventions and treaties they sign bilaterally and globally, and as long as they, for example, don't sign on to binding arbitration, then there are quite free, there's a lot of freedom on tax still. However, there are some political realities to be aware of. We are seeing the United States threaten France, for example, with different types of trade sanctions because France has taken unilateral action. So this speaks in favor of acting as a group of countries, especially for the smaller countries, rather than going off on their own. It is just a basic political reality. But that said, we've seen in other examples of negotiations at the United Nations that when it comes to multinational corporations, continents such as Africa can have a lot of power through the basic logic that is called access and benefit sharing. And access means that multinational corporations really want access to countries. They want to get into countries and have business and make profits. And so once countries start saying, you will only have access if we have benefit sharing, meaning that you have to abide by the rules in our house if you want to be in our country. And that dynamics has previously led to global agreements that regulate multinational corporations. There are other examples, such as on the genetic resources. But the basic logic has been that, yes, of course, countries can say, actually, your corporations are not welcome in my country unless they abide by my tax rules. And it's not just theory. I mean, the reason why the OECD is now negotiating this Pillar 2, which is a minimum corporate tax rate, is because the United States has already gone ahead and done it on their own. They introduced their own, what they call GILTI, basically a minimum corporate tax rate. They just did that, which also goes to show that actually no one needs Pillar 2 in order to put in place a minimum corporate tax rate. The same with these digital service taxes. It's basically countries imposing unilateral taxes on digital giants, saying, now you have to pay more tax in my country because I say so. However, there are, of course, some tax systems that are better than others. And what you will see many experts and civil society argue in favor of is a global system where corporations are taxed on the basis of their global profits. And this would mean we can take that profit and split it between the countries based on where the business activity has taken place. And it's a way of ensuring that corporations don't pay a double tax. They don't pay a tax in two countries on the same profit. But in order to do that, we need to know how much profits they make in each country and what their business activity is. And this is the fight around public country-by-country reporting. Right now, under OECD, there is secret country-by-country reporting, but it's politically, there's a lot of conditions for getting access to these reports. So basically, you have mainly G20 countries and OECD countries today have global overviews what multinational corporations are actually doing and where they pay taxes. But we see in many developing countries and also in African countries, because this information is still secret, it's been really difficult to access that information. So once we have more transparency, we can actually develop a global coherent system in a way where countries could start implementing it unilaterally, but they would still have a view on the global situation. Whereas with the digital services taxes, they're just taxing an activity regardless of whether the corporation is actually profitable or has already been taxed on the same income at the global level. So it's just to say that you can have a globally coherent system that is implemented in a national way, but for that to work, there would need to be more transparency. But I totally agree with Abdul's point, and I think this has been coming out a lot, is that this is there are two good things about unilateral action. One is that it gets income, and especially in the current situation, countries should take it very seriously if there is a potential extra revenue source. But the other thing is, and we've seen OECD countries do this, this is how we got the negotiations that are going on right now, is because France and other OECD countries started threatening with unilateral action, and suddenly they got a global negotiation because of that. So it's a great way to set an international agenda. And on the question about whether we can get a global consensus, I think one thing, at least in my view, is that there's not even an attempt to get a global consensus, because in the inclusive framework, a third of the world's countries are not there. And for the least developed countries, it's actually 2/3 of them that are not at the table. Of course, they have chosen not to join. They could have joined the negotiations, but there are very strong reasons why they don't think that joining the inclusive framework is good for them. They would be forced to follow the existing rules. And also there are big questions about whether it would really be on an equal footing if the OECD is still leading the negotiations. So, and we can also see this in what's on the agenda. The whole negotiation is very much focused on getting more tax income to what they call market jurisdictions, where you have big amounts of users of digital services based and customers. And it's again pointing very much to the big economies and very much to OECD countries again. So the whole agenda is again skewed towards the interest of the richer countries. And this, of course, means that even if there was to be a consensus based on the current OECD negotiations, there would be a lot of issues that would still not be addressed. So, and again, it's also part of the negotiations, both whether there should be binding arbitration or other ways of forcing countries to follow the rules if they have been part of the negotiations. And then we also need to remember that after the last OECD negotiations, the European Union suddenly started blacklisting countries that didn't obey the OECD rules. So we have this wild west where right now there's a lot of political muscling going on. But the big reason why we also have a potential to change this dynamic completely is because there are so many countries that are losing out. Of course, developing countries and their interests are not being respected, but also among OECD countries, there are really a lot of countries that are losing so much pie or pizza or what we want to call it, and that there is a dissatisfaction with these rules and with these systems, and especially in light of a global pandemic that's causing societies all over the world to be desperate for income. And there is a new political momentum building. And we've seen previously in UN negotiations that there is a strength in numbers. If enough countries start pushing a progressive agenda, then even if the United States or China or some of the other big countries don't want to play ball, there comes a point where if enough countries say, actually, this is not acceptable, we want it to change, then things can change and global agreements can be pushed through, even if there are big countries that disagree. And so because there are so many losers in this game, we actually have the strength in numbers, and there is a potential to have that shift. But if we're talking real reform, it's not what's being negotiated at the OECD, and we would need a real game changer, which is why we're calling for the negotiations to be at the UN instead.
Thank you very much, Tove, I think, for that very well laid out, I think, response to the questions. Dereje, I'll give you 5 minutes maximum if you could respond, because I also want to kind of come back to you guys for your final take-homes. So Dereje, if you could keep your commentary into maximum 5 minutes, and you will be able to have another 5 minutes later on to just provide your closing remarks. So any of the questions you want to take?
Okay, more general thing. The first thing is, there was a point Alvin raised: if multinationals are not paying taxes anywhere, who is defending them? But the answer is, I think, very simple. Just to recall the experience Europe had with the European Union ruling Apple against Ireland. Ireland, through sweet deals, has given tax concession of 30 billion euro, which was literally tax revenue stolen from other European Union member countries. And when the European Union ruling came, the Obama administration was in power. The letter from the US Treasury was, you are going after our multinationals. You should not implement this ruling. So now it is not that Apple is paying taxes in the US. It is because Apple is a US multinational company which has probably whose paycheck enables probably the political parties to operate. So, by the way, this is also, there is some illusion that when Trump is out, America, US can have a very pro-reform stance, which I really doubt. I'm very, very happy that this idiot will be bundled out of the White House soon. But I'm not so confident that the US policy will dramatically change on these multinational taxation issues. So when this is now, the multinationals have their influence on the policy of some very important countries, which makes them defend the interests of multinationals, not of their countries. So this is why multinationals get defense of some government. The second thing is, there was a bit of misunderstanding when I say in Africa, unilateral measures should be sought collectively. That is because individual African countries, it is a country level activity, but if they go it alone, say if only Kenya or only Uganda does it, they are exposed to retaliatory measures, they are exposed to blackmail. But if these individual country level measures are undertaken as a collective Africa Union level measure, then let us, that is also the arguments we have been using against tax competition between African countries. If they don't talk to one another and say, let us have this minimum to bring in foreign direct investors to our countries, then there is a possibility there is no possibility for one multinational to play another African country against one another. So the collective effort will reinforce the position of individual countries. About the feasibility of unilateral actions. First, let me mention the unilateral actions are not only to raise revenues. There is a very serious outcome if African countries just keep on passively accepting what the OECD decides. in the package now under discussion, there is a clause about binding dispute resolution mechanism, which is going to handicap African countries to accept and implement rules in whose making they have not taken a major part. So these individual unilateral actions will create a situation where at least a resistance is built against such rules through the process of interacting with one another to come up with individual unilateral actions. So it has this significance that way. As Tove suggested, it was the threat of individual unilateral actions which forces them into negotiation. If this threat is on the way of building up, then also the concessions they are forced to make at the negotiation table will also increase. So it has a defensive purpose as well. As to the practical things, I think Abdul has mentioned a lot of them. In the first place, there is a margin for African countries to design unilateral actions, because some of the business models are new in a way that they are not, it is only if you interpret it generously, you can develop new rules of taxation to include their business activities into your tax policies. If they were not, for example, the issue of permanent establishment, there is no rule telling you not to tax, to define permanent establishment necessarily in the way better than the previous business models have been constructed. So there are many possibilities of taxing these new business models, because there is no precedence about how not to tax them or how to tax them. It can be defined. Some countries with an economic muscle, like India and others, have really practiced it. There is no reason why Africa cannot learn from some of these unilateral measures to bring up to start taxing this thing. The second one is there are a lot of loopholes in the current bilateral agreement and even in the country's tax system, which can be looked at to also introduce unilateral action while waiting and struggling for a sustainable global solution to these things. So unilateral action is feasible if it is taken on the agenda. Actually, the first step has already been taken. The quotation with which Abdul started his presentation of ATAF and the African Union joint statement, talking about things that Africa should do to defend its taxing rights. The process, it is now about going out with it and then persuading individual countries, because African Union or ATAF do not do the policies, it is individual countries. So the task is now, as we have seen it in many cases, when a Pan-African initiative starts, the country level implementation is always lagging behind. So this is already, the ball is already rolling with a statement which Abdul quoted at the beginning. So it is about now, within the context of our campaign, it is about implementing and exploring these initiatives at the country level. So, yeah, okay, thank you. I will stop here.
Yes, so since you have consumed more than the 3 minutes that I gave you, I'll go to Abdul. Abdul, Dereje ate up all the time that we had, so did Tove, and so did you. So I will not give you more than 5 seconds to give your 3 final statements in terms of your closing. What will be your 2-3 key takeaways?
So one of those would be a response to Robert Suma's question, since he raised it on the increasing tendency of mutual agreement procedures versus PPT and LOB. One statement answer: it's worrying because most countries lack the capability for mutual agreement procedures, which are very resource intensive, especially with regard to transfer pricing. Transfer pricing maps are quite difficult, especially when it's between a developed and a developing country. Second statement would be that take unilateral measures, take them now, just go ahead, don't worry about it. And the rest can be seen, the OECD can continue talking. And the third one would be, please follow the UN discussions on Article 12B and royalties, especially the commentaries. That would give you a lot of practical guidance on how to draft legislation on taxing the digital economy.
Thank you. Thank you very much for keeping to the time. Tove, you have 3 key take-homes.
Yes. The first one is talking as civil society, and as many of us are. There's another reason why it's better to be at the United Nations than the OECD. The OECD is extremely secretive. We are unable to see the negotiating texts before they are adopted. We cannot see, even if a government is at the table, we cannot see what they're saying. It's very difficult to campaign when you have no idea what happened at the meeting. And so transparency is a huge problem in the OECD. We have better access at the United Nations. So that's another strong reason to change the decision-making forum. And because that was long, I'll take the other one as my last one. We hear now that OECD countries are okay with starting a UN negotiation, perhaps, but that it should be a long-term objective, maybe in 5-10 years. This discussion about having a UN negotiation is 20 years old already. The Mbeki panel's report is 5 years old, and the OECD has had 50 years to get the rules right and has not managed to do that. So it's already been long term, and it's really, really getting urgent. So I fully agree with Abdul. Unilateral actions, set an agenda. It's really time to change the power dynamics. And it's also urgent to get a real global decision-making forum so that we can have countries participating on an equal footing, but also so that we are able to campaign and influence the global tax rules for the first time in the 100 years that these discussions have been going on.
Thank you, Tove. Dereje.
Okay, 3. The first is
3 maximum points. Bullet points.
Yes. The first is we have really in this campaign to go back and re-emphasize the international dimension of illicit financial flows from Africa. If we take it only as Africa's problem due to Africa's governance weaknesses, and that we are not going to understand its significance. So the second one is we have to understand the link between illicit financial flows and the whole tax avoidance industry, how it is structured. It is part of this global problem. It is not a single or a particular issue. The second one is in terms of solution seeking, there are 2 things to combine. The fight to get it into a United Nations, which is the only institution which can help countries to defend their rights internationally. And secondly, the collective action Africa needs, both to coordinate its work on the continent and also to have the same united voice at the UN level, at international level, to defend its interests. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dereje, Abdul, and Tove. I think you've really managed to. We're still 3 minutes above time, but really, it's been a very, very rich conversation. Saham Ngarasal, unfortunately, I could not take your question. We still have one live session. I hope you can be able still to raise that because some of the panelists will be in the room. Because of time, we are unfortunately not able to take that questions, but thank you everyone online that were following us on the different channels on Facebook, on this platform and other different places on YouTube. And with those, I would like to hand over to Chennai to close us up. Chennai.
Thank you so much, Alvin, and I think thank you to all of the different panelists that we had for this session, a really interesting and dynamic conversation. And so now we're going to take a 30-minute break. So we will be reconvening in 30 minutes. We will be using the same link in order to continue the conversation. We will be having our next plenary session, and that will really be the one that will help us look forward in terms of next steps and really sort of culminate the discussions that we've been having over the past couple of days. So thank you very much to everybody who was here. Please go ahead, take some time to stretch your legs, and then we'll see you in 30 minutes at 4 p.m. East African time. Thank you.
Thanks, Chennai.
Yeah. You wanna come?
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? I just quickly want to make sure that with our panelists, our mics are working. So, Irene, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect, great, and we can hear you too. That's fantastic. Tumai, are you on the call as well? Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. I can hear you. My connection was a bit erratic. It's writing right now. Internet connection is unstable. I hope it will be stable for the next hour. But I can hear you. MK.
But I can see Tumai is registered as Peter. Is that?
I don't know what's happening there. Maybe someone is hacking.
That must be the spirit of Museveni, of Mugabe speaking to Museveni, I think.
Kindly tell the technicians to release the interpretation icon for the interpreters. Thank you.
I think you're muted, Shania. We can't hear you. At least, yeah, I can't hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Your network is very, very poor. Please kindly call on the technicians to release the interpretation icon for the interpreters. Thank you.
Could somebody resend me the link? I've connected on my phone, but I'd like to connect on my laptop, and I can't see the email which has the link.
I had sent you, Irene. You didn't see? I sent you also.
Okay.
Let me just check.
I think what I can do
I sent
is
you an
can
email.
perhaps
Okay.
join
Okay, let me just-
Irene as an attendee,
Thank you.
and then we can just promote you to be a panelist if that makes it easier if you can't find the link. So you can
I've
just
seen the
click
link,
that
Peter.
registration link that we had.
Thanks.
I've seen the link Peter sent. Let me just see if I can connect it to the laptop. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. That's
Yeah,
fine.
so that I don't have to hold the phone through the panel. Yeah.
All right, so just log
That's quite
now and then. Okay, and then let's see, Lydia, can you hear me? I can see you. Perfect.
I can hear you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Awesome, fantastic. Good afternoon. And then Donald, I think I heard you already, but maybe just
Yes.
one for.
Yes,
Awesome,
you
great.
had me
Okay,
already.
Perfect. So I think the only person we'll be having is Irene, who will be joining us soon. I think using a different device. But I think what we can do, I'm glad that everybody's on the call. Thank you so much. I think for those of you who have reconnected for our second last plenary session, welcome again.
Sorry, could you just resend it again? Because I'm going to a screen, but I can't do anything with the screen that I'm getting.
Okay, no problem. Our admin is. Okay, great. So he should be resending, but I think we can get started. So I'm going to hand over to you, Peter, the real Peter. I think go ahead and moderate the session. And I think, as discussed, we'll be consolidating the questions on your behalf and then sending those to you. So over to you, Peter.
All right. Thank you. I don't know. I can't readily see how many people are in now. Whether we just need to continue.
We have 38 people right now.
Okay, that's good. Look, thank you very much. Maybe let me start by introducing myself. My name is Peter Kamalingin. I work with Oxfam as Pan-Africa's Program Director. one of the things that we have to grapple with is, of course, this is a Friday and this is the last hour of the day, I think, for those of us who are in this part of the world. It's definitely a challenge because it is also coming after quite some engaging deliberations throughout the week. But I do hope that we are still going to have an interesting closing session over the next 1.5 hours. Comrades, ladies and gentlemen, as noted in the concept note, and I want to quote something that I read in the concept note, that the COVID-19 pandemic has spotlighted the critical need for African countries to maximize domestic resources as a source of development finance. This is an urgent and very present conversation, and I think that has been very clear also throughout the week, and I think throughout this season, especially since the pandemic came. Well, specifically in the last 5 days, beginning with the country and region-specific deliberations over the last 3 days that mark the start of this official Pan-African Conference on the IFFs and taxation. Many people, leaders from across the continent, even people from outside the continent, have deliberated on this theme, which we have conveniently called the Africa we want post-COVID-19, optimizing domestic resource mobilization from the extractive sector for Africa's transformation. Now, through these the different plenary and breakout sessions, I was lucky to follow some of them, not all of them. But I think for those that I saw, we see that not only had, we've had not only a very great diagnosis of the issues at hand, but also provided both policy and administrative propositions. This is why this session is going to focus more about where we want to go. I think the diagnosis is no longer too much of a problem. And I think it must have been Dr. Ezra for one of those sessions that I saw, who noted, I think yesterday, while presenting those stark figures of the losses different countries across the continent are suffering. And as I understand, this is only a tip of the iceberg. There's quite more that I think we are across the continent, we are suffering. And so this means that we really need to think out of the box on some of the propositions. To take us through this forward-looking discussion and inspire us into some kind of collective action to help us think outside the box, as I've said, on what we must do, not just now, but also in the medium to long term. We have quite an incredible group of panelists with us. And let me briefly introduce us to the panelists. I say brief because they are already quite a bit of detail in the conference briefs and also in the websites. So I will not spend too much time because these are very eminent people. They have quite long CVs. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but I'll invite us to look at that, I think, in the profiles. So in the panel, we have Donald Dare, who is dialing in from Arusha. Donald is the CEO of the Pan-African Lawyers Union, PALU, and he also chairs the Executive Committee of the Pan-African Citizens Network, PACIN, which I think used to be called the Center for Citizen Participation in the African Union, and also an advocate of the High Court in Kenya, and has been a CEO for East African Law Society, and a member of very many various legal bodies. Is quite engaged in issues of litigation and different multiple institutions or bodies relating to justice and rights. So join me to welcome Donald there. The other panelists, and this is fortunately a very balanced panel, is Lydia Kilpi. Lydia Kilpi, I think, is dialing from Helsinki in Finland. She leads the civil society engagement at the EITI Secretariat and also coordinates EITI's policy work on implementation support on tax and DRM. Kilpi, Lydia worked in the past with KEPA, which I think is a Finnish platform for development NGOs, as a policy advisor on tax justice and corporate accountability, quite a very relevant area. She's widely researching EITI work, including in Mozambique, and certainly brings quite interesting perspectives from different parts of the world, including the Scandinavian region, especially on issues of transparency and inequality busting policies and practices. And then we have Dr. Tumai Murombo. who is dialing in from Johannesburg, South Africa. He is a professor of law and a former director of the Mandela Institute. I suppose he brings a Mandela spirit here. At the School of Law at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. He's also quite widely published in environmental law, natural resource governance issues, and a member of the ICN World Commission on Environmental Law. And last but not least is my own Irene Obonji-Odida, who is dialing in from New York. Thank you, Irene, for waking up early to join us, and apologies for the wrong timing for a lot of this. Irene is a panel member of the Financial Accountability, Transparency, and Integrity, FACTI. She's a lawyer and a women's rights activist. Was a member of the high-level panel on illicit financial flows from Africa, the one we normally refer to as the Mbeki High-Level Panel. Has served on the Independent Commission for Reform on International Corporate Tax, ICRIT, and on the Pan-African Lawyers Union Task Force on illicit financial flows. Irene was also formerly a member of the East African Legislative Assembly. She's a former international board chair of ActionAid International and the former CEO of Uganda Association of Women Lawyers. I said my own because she's Ugandan. That's important, and that's without bias. So before we start off with the panel, I would like to encourage us to make use of the chat box and then the Q&A function. The Secretariat, and I'm sure Chennai will help us on that, will be tracking the chat box, looking at the comments or any questions. I believe the comments will also be lifted into the final report eventually for those that may not necessarily get the time to respond. I also let us know again that there's an interpretation function at the bottom right of your screen for those who need translation either from English to French or French to English. So I wanted us to go straight because in terms of time, we have agreed with the panelists that I will start with a round of questions, maximum 2 questions. There will be a first round, then we come back. For each of the questions, we have agreed with the panelists that they may take about 4 or 5 minutes max for each of the questions. So if we have 4 panelists, it means that maximum they may each get about 10 minutes. And then we will have enough time, at least half an hour or so, for plenary discussions. This is an ending discussion, so we want also them to take advantage of what they bring, what are their perspectives from the proceedings that have happened through the week, and generally energize us, not so much on the technical details, but mostly on the way forward, the political level, the strategic things that we need to take into account as we make sense of many of the things and the input that has come from all of us over this last week. So to you, Donald there, let me start to get us started. It has been emphasized that African countries need to adapt a mechanism for cooperation. And I think that these issues of cooperation have been coming, and not incentive competition. And that we must build linkages and strengthen alliances to push the agenda forward. You'll agree with me that this does not only relate to governments, but also speaks to us as civil society, because sometimes as civil society, as actors, we are also involved in more competitive processes that also could look like the same race to the bottom. Can you briefly speak about the Stop the Bleeding campaign and what is transformative about it? Over to you, Donald. And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Peter. I think a lot can be said, and I'll try not to say it all now. Even though PALU is one of the 17 organizations that co-organized this week's activities, the 8th Pan-African Conference on Illicit Financial Flows and Taxation, under the theme, The Africa We Want Post-COVID-19, optimizing domestic resource mobilization from the extractive sector for Africa's transformation. I'd like to specifically highlight 2 of our sister institutions, Tax Justice Network Africa and Trust Africa, who had been at the core of organizing this. The PACs, the Pan-African Conferences, of which this is the 8th one, have evolved into the premier annual gathering of a wide range of actors to generate and share knowledge and information, to network and collaborate, to set the stage for change. And in that regard, they've been a big driver, key driver of the STB campaign. The Stop the Bleeding campaign, as we call it, is a big tent with many actors, both individuals and institutions, and from governmental, intergovernmental, and non-governmental institutions. As a big tent, of course, the campaign is fluid and dynamic, and different parts of the overall campaign engage in different types of activities at national level, at regional level, at continental level, and global level. We have engaged with art, with music, with street action, with mass action, and of course with the more traditional NGO-driven advocacy in policy spaces. And we've also engaged in strategic litigation. Some of our members have engaged in strategic litigation. From 2015, when the campaign was first launched, I think one of the things it's been able to do is to spotlight IFF as an issue to many groups of people who did not know it as an issue, did not see it as an issue, to citizens, to CSOs, to governments, both in Africa and beyond. For instance, members have engaged the EU Parliament, they've engaged the Capitol in Washington, DC, they've engaged the international organizations, IMF, World Bank, OECD, were quite influential around the FFD campaigns and so on. And we've also engaged the AU and the REX. We've built partnerships within and outside the continent with sister institutions. And the panels just this week, even the immediately preceding panel, panel 4, just showed you the kind of partnerships that have been built across the continent and beyond it, with others working in Asia, South America, North America, Europe, and so on the same issues. And I think in so doing, we've gained recognition for the campaign. The AU has recognized us and invites us to engage, especially with the Specialized Technical Committee on Finance and Economics, which is its key ministerial body on these issues, and also with the Economic Directorate of the AU Commission. We've engaged the UN, and the UN has recognized us, and even the AU has formally articulated us at the UN. For instance, last year, during the UN General Assembly, on the high-level side meeting on promotion of international cooperation to combat IFS and strengthen good practices on asset recovery and so on. We've also been recognized by the UN through its high-level panel on international financial accountability, transparency, and integrity for achieving Agenda 2030, the UN FACTI, and I'm sure my big sister Irene will talk about that. So I know it's been quite a journey, and there's still a long way to go, but I just celebrate the role that citizens and CSOs have played in making IFFs an issue, not just with governments and with policymakers, but also with citizens. There's much more that needs to be done, and I think we can discuss that as the session goes by in a more interactive manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Donald. I mean, for that, I think energy and things of what is already possible when we work together as civil society. We'll come back, I think, to that in a more forward-looking way, and I'm sure people will also share their own perspectives. I want to come to you, Lydia, in Helsinki. AITI, where a majority of the members are African, was established essentially because in the extractive sector, we all know, lack of transparency denies us, many of our countries, the much needed revenue from the sector. Knowing that the devil is not just transparency, and I think we know that it is important, but it's not only that, and taking into account the rich conversations throughout this conference, what is the solution to achieving transparency, at least from your perspective?
Thank you, Peter, and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I think it's worth noting that what we mean by transparency and the expectations of what that covers have evolved a lot in the past 10 years. What was considered as quite comprehensive availability of information has changed, as well as the formats of what kind of publication or disclosure of information is acceptable and how timely those disclosures should be. And moreover, sort of what questions should that transparency be able to or enable citizens to respond to. And we're shifting in the EITI and in the EITI countries, which, as Peter, you noted, nearly half of them are in Africa, from asking what was paid by oil, gas, and mining companies to governments to what should have been paid, and what kind of data and transparency do we need to answer that kind of questions. And the EITI has moved and continues to move into really exciting areas in this sense. The requirement that oil, gas, and mining contracts, new ones, are disclosed is kicking in at the beginning of next year. We have countries, many of them African, disclosing the beneficial owners of oil, gas, and mining companies for the first time, and more granular data on payments and productions than ever before. And all of this sort of data links into the value chain. And some of you might be familiar with an excellent report Don Hubert wrote for Publish What You Pay Canada a few years ago called Many Ways to Lose $1 Billion, which looks at the revenue loss risks for governments in the extractive sector. And that provides really a great overview that there's so many issues, from weak fiscal regimes to undervaluation of production, overvaluation of costs, and the different both domestic and global legal and administrative frameworks that enable that to happen, and that transparency can help us get to the bottom of where the issues are in each case. And that brings me to the point that data, transparency on its own, isn't enough, of course. We've heard throughout this week that there's so much literature and research and great advice on what's a good fiscal framework for taxing resources, and what should be done. And yet we're struggling with these issues. And it's really sort of what we've learned in the EITI through the experiences of EITI implementing countries, is that it seems to be all about the combination of institutions and data, really sort of bringing together the right actors and taking into account that political economy aspect there, that different actors have different incentives. You have reformers and those that are opposed to reform for different reasons. And then, of course, you have these global enablers of IFFs. And civil society plays a really important role there. And something that's great to see specifically in the African region is that my sense is that extractives or CSOs working on extractives governance and CSOs working on tax justice are really sort of have come together in Africa in a stronger way than in other regions so far. But I think sort of I'll sum up just by saying, sort of on a more kind of a positive note, that we've heard a lot throughout the week about these huge figures of how much countries are losing. And just to say that it's not a static situation. I mean, we have quite exciting examples from EITI countries like Nigeria. EITI has managed to recover billions of dollars in lost revenue. Zambia, EITI recommendations led to the Auditor General doing an audit of mining license allocations that was discussed by the Parliament. So there's also really exciting things happening, and revenue loss and IFFs being prevented all the time. Thanks. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Lydia. I think you bring in a good perspective, and I think let's keep thinking through what that means for us as we draw the way forward. I think you speak to many things. One is, of course, the importance of data and to build capacity to understand and broadcast that data, and also to see how that can be used as agency to push the political side of things. So that, and then the other element that I think you infer in different ways is the need for solidarity to work across themes, across things. And I think we'll come back to that with Donald as well to see how do we build on the things that you have highlighted are positives. For example, people dealing with governance and extractives, revenue issues, that connection. How do we build on that? And so that we break the silos. I'll come back to that, and I'm sure probably we'll see how that can be followed up on. So let me now come to South Africa, where we have Dr. Tumai. Dr. Tumai, issues of local content, knowledge, and who owns the knowledge, these are issues, the inequalities in knowledge as well, were some of the pressing issues in this year's conference. These were things that came up very clearly, I think, through this last week. In fact, if I recall well, there was someone who actually asked, do we even have knowledge of our mineral endowments before we talk about things of this kind? What do we need to do to know our mineral endowments and better capture and manage these revenues from the extractive industries? And where is the academia and what would be their role in this conversation? Over to you, Dr. Tuma.
Thank you, Peter. That's a mouthful of questions there. I'll try to really focus on them in the first 5 minutes. Most of my responses here are really driven by the work that I do, not in an academic setting. Just to start with the last question, most of the responses I'm giving here are driven by the work that I do with the Zimbabwe Environmental Law Association, which I co-founded with colleagues, and I'm still chairing the board, and I'm still really actively involved, particularly in terms of the thinking and envisioning the future. I think the major problems that we have seen over the past 4 or 5 days, including from in-country events, as far as IFFs are concerned, it's really information. Information, data. Who holds this data? Who knows what? What are they using this information for? Who is in control of information? The figures that we presented yesterday in terms of the losses that some of the African countries are incurring through illicit financial flows, they are shocking. But when you realize the information asymmetries between the actors or among the actors involved in the extractives industry, then those figures are not shocking. The important thing for me is that the repositories of knowledge are really the actors who are driving illicit financial flows, both at the national level, the regional level, and internationally. Often we tend to blame the governments. When you look at the AMV and the weaknesses that were pointed out in terms of how Africa is not benefiting from its resources, governance, the rule of law is a big issue there. But in order to have effective governance, in order to have effective systems, infrastructure, it's a question of information and data that is used to design these systems. Institutions are hardware. There is software that is required to run institutions. That software is data, is information, is knowledge. The facilitators, the enablers of illicit dealings and illicit siphoning of funds and money from Africa, they thrive on the lack of information and the lack of knowledge of who is generating how much from what resources, where are they selling them, who is invoicing who, what has been invoiced. The capacity to monitor and to track our resources is still lacking in many African countries. So to come back to the first question of what do we know? We know a lot about the resources that we have. Even though many people would want us to believe that we do not have enough information about our mineral deposits, enough information about how to exploit them. we actually have some substantial amounts of information. But the interested actors, ranging from multinational corporations, politicians, private companies, even local ones, state-owned enterprises, they thrive on hiding this information and data from the public. So the lack of information and data is not just an attribute of colonization, an attribute of lack of capacity. It's also part of the proactive facilitation of corruption, facilitation of illegal extraction, and allowing leakages of the resources and revenue from our resources. So it is important for us to recognize that the problem is not far away. It's not out of Africa. The problem is in Africa. And secondly, the problem is not just the politicians, but it's also the private actors. A lot of them have a wealth of information which is out of reach of the public. And we still need to solve that problem. Access to information remains a big challenge, particularly information that can enable governments to negotiate better bargains, information that can enable regulators to be more effective when they are enforcing compliance, information that can enable traders and trading communities to be able to price properly. This is the information that we need. And this is where knowledge is critical as far as IFFs are concerned. So I think it's important that we realize the importance of information, but also how it is being used politically for economic advantage. I can see my 5 minutes is up, but yeah, I was going on to something else, but I'll leave it there. I will touch on that when I go for the second round.
Thank you very much. And I know that coming from Zimbabwe, it's a bit of a restraint to be told to speak on an important issue for 5 minutes. So I think, but we will save some time on that. And I think you speak about important things. First, that the problem most of the time is within. And I like us, as we come to the next round, is to focus now on what we need to do so that we spend less time on the diagnostics, so that we see. I think you have pointed to quite a number of things of what we need to do, and most importantly, not that we know. We don't know, but what do we do with what we know? Because they are willful hiding of information, willful misinterpretation of information to serve a few elite, and also the issues of corruption and what needs to change on that. And I think that we'll come back to that so that we focus on what we need to do to make a difference. Now, I want to come to you, Irene. First, as I said, you are a member of the FACTI panel. Can you briefly tell us about the process and what demands should Africa be making? Are there any opportunities that Africa can take advantage of from the developments in the OECD BEPS 2 process in the short and the medium term?
Good morning or good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much, Peter. And it's been very interesting to listen to my fellow panelists and to try and build on that. I agree with everything that has been said. And I think this is really because this issue of illicit financial flows or financial transparency and accountability is multifaceted. So there are many dimensions to it. I'll come very quickly to the FACTI panel because of time, but just to reference two things that have been implied by all the colleagues who have spoken before me, and then go straight into that. One is that in my view, and this has been reiterated by governments, by the Addis Ababa agenda and so on, domestic public resources are central to development. There can be no development for any country without domestic public resources, and I emphasize public. So there's a lot of talk about domestic resource mobilization, but COVID, if nothing else, has taught us that the fundamental thing that governments need is public resources. So less about ODA, less around the private foreign direct investment, much more around raising resources through taxation and other means. So that is, for me, is one of the critical things that we have to, because then they have the flexibility to invest in public goods, in public services, in things like public health, infrastructure, and so on, that FDI will not do, that ODA often does not do. And also in terms of the numbers, that are mobilized and the ownership and accountability of those resources. And for Africa, domestic resource mobilization depends ultimately on ending IFFs. And I dare say, over time, as more and more information is available, and as the practices of the enablers of illicit financial flows become more exposed, this is not just true for Africa. This is true without question for all developing countries, and increasingly, I would say, for the advanced economies as well, because as more information is highlighted, we begin to see increasingly that it's a minority. Forgive me for using my usual political language, the 1%, who benefit from IFFs at the expense of the 99%. And the 1% are located primarily in advanced countries, but also, as the last speaker has said, in the southern countries. But the 99% are everywhere. So even citizens in advanced countries are losing from these kind of practices as the money gets taken off and hidden in offshore. So coming to the FACTI process, and I'll speak more to that because not many people, in my view, not enough civil society actors have been engaging with the FACTI process. So just very quickly, the FACTI process is a panel, a high-level panel under the UN that was launched in February of this year, set up by the presidents of the General Assembly and the ECOSOC. And its focus is looking at financial accountability, transparency, and integrity of the global systems, to highlight solutions to be presented in a report next February to the UN, hopefully for adoption by the UN and further action. The panel has 17 members from across the world. There are 4 or 5 of us from Africa. There are 2 co-chairs, one from Europe, from Lithuania, the former president, and one from Africa. Now, in terms of the work, we're really in the second, I would say the second and last phase of the work. The first round of the work involved engaging with UN members, with experts, including from civil society, through various consultation processes. And that went up to September when we launched our interim report that focused on findings and conclusions on financial accountability, transparency, and integrity. The second phase will end in February of 2021 when we have our final report presented to the UN, and that final report will have recommendations. So this is the second phase, and this is the last window, I would say, for engagement in that process. We have been very much impacted by COVID. So while initially the plan was for us to have meetings and consultations in various parts of the world, in a similar kind of process to what we had with the Mbeki panel, including meeting with some governments and so on, we've had to adapt because of COVID, and all the work that we've done so far and probably to the end is going to be virtual. So in this second phase, we will have regional consultations, which will involve consulting with governments from every region. The consultations for Europe have already happened beginning of this week. Next week, on the 18th of November, there will be the regional consultations for Africa. There will also be consultations for Asia, and the last will be with the Latin America and the Caribbeans. In these regional consultations, as I said, it is the African governments targeting the finance ministers, justice ministers, and ministers of foreign affairs. To date, as far as I know, but it's by the beginning of this week, we only had Sudan, which had confirmed participation at the ministerial level. We had not yet had confirmations from any of the other African governments that their ministers will be participating in this process. So I'm raising that so that each of you can go back and push for your ministerial level engagement. At that, there also is supposed to be, I need to confirm this, but initially when we had the discussion, these regional consultations would also involve the regional bodies. So for Africa, that would involve the AU and possibly the sub-regional bodies, and to the best of my knowledge, the civil society organizations. I need to confirm that, and once I confirm that, I can, because I flagged that early on in the discussions. With experts, some of whom participated in the global consultations in the first half of our process. Now, looking at the progressive report, at the interim report, and what do we want out of that? There are 3 clusters of work that the faculty has zeroed on. The first cluster is around tax matters, so international tax cooperation and issues relating to that. Some of them include things like architecture for cooperation. So that's where questions around, should it be an OECD process, where you have rule setting on taxation, international taxation? Should it be the UN that is the forum for this? So the whole architecture for cooperation. Another specific item in the tax issues is around taxation of the digital economy. And that is where we've had some interrogation of what is happening under the OECD BEPS process, and specific proposals as well, including issues like unitary taxation. Then questions around financial reporting and information exchange, and this has been touched on by some of the panelists already, is another area that has been interrogated in the interim report. And finally, data production and publication. Then the second broad cluster is on accountability, public reporting, and anti-corruption. And the specific issues in there included things like addressing impunity, regulation of enablers, and I'm glad that that has been flagged by Livy, beneficial ownership, and capacity building. And then the last cluster was on international cooperation and settling disputes. And there was quite a bit of back and forth around this cluster. Initially, there was a lot more focus, I would say, on issues relating to the second cluster of work, because international cooperation and settling disputes may arise in the area of corruption and so on, but may also arise in the area of tax dispute settlement. And there was quite a push on us, to focus more on cluster 2, which is around corruption. But we had a little back and forth around that, and insisted that this also needs to look at issues to do with tax and dispute settlement around taxation. So within that now, there's an international tax dispute settlement, issues around foreign bribery and compensation, confiscation, return and disposal of assets. The issue of asset recovery is a big one for Africa. How do you get back what has been lost through the leaks? And finally, implementation and peer review. And then we have some cross-cutting issues. Governance is a big one of the major ones, and which is supposed to cut across all those 3 sectors. So whether it's about the political economy, whether it's about the role of enablers, and I would say further than information, the issue of vested interests, and then things around the role of non-state actors. So how civil society is supposed to be engaged on these sorts of issues in achieving transparency and accountability, and also just yes, and I'll stop here and just and then overarching is that this is a systemic issue. This is a systemic issue, and there's a need to look at it in terms of systems. So whether from my own perspective, how does financial accountability and so on link to the offshore system? So looking at it very broadly, and my last thing about this is to say that there has been some input by civil society in the process. So as we've consulted and so on, civil society has given very good inputs, written and participated in the various meetings that we had that were open to them. They have also supported, and this especially civil society from Africa, and I would really commend the input of groups, of organizations like PALU and Tax Justice Network Africa, have coordinated. We've had quite a lot of coordination around their support to African government, African participants, state participants in this process, largely missions in New York who participate in the UN meetings in supporting development of statements and positions and so on. And that has been very, very helpful. What I would say is we need a lot more now is that you mobilize African governments to participate in the regional consultations, to send in written communication feedback on the interim report. There are a lot of gaps. My own personal view that the written report could be stronger, but the recommendations that will go into the final report are really critical. So what is the position that African governments have on that? Ensuring that there's coherence among African governments and developing country governments coherence among them. For example, all pushing for a stronger mandate for the UN, and ensuring also that there's coherence between what we receive in the regional meetings from the ministers from the capitals with what has been advanced by their missions in New York, which have given very progressive input, I would say, into the process. So we need to ensure that there's coherence in that. And there's a role not just for civil society, but also for the AU, for the sub-regional bodies, to ensure that sort of coherence for progressive and ambitious recommendations in the meetings that we'll be having next week. Peter, I'll end on a note of hope that my understanding is that the meeting from Europe, I wasn't in it because it is the European panelists who attended, well, there was a strong recommendations from some members, from some countries in Europe, Scandinavian countries primarily, very strong interest in seeing transparency and accountability, and making strong statements about the need to hold their own who are beneficiaries in the system to account. So there are some positives and some openings there that we need to build on.
Thank you very much, Irene. I think you've brought in some very significant issues, including identifying some of the immediate opportunities that we need to do. I mean, it's depressing that, you know, important conversations are going. It's only Sudan which has confirmed. I think you've called on us to really see how we connect these energies and make sure that the formal process through the ministries of finance, we can follow some of the immediate opportunities. As I see it, I think the window is closing from what Irene is saying. I think there's something for us to do there. And let's make sure that we have some commitments. Maybe even, I don't know whether, Alvin, we might want to see what are immediate steps to do to follow up on this, because these are the processes where things happen. I think the other thing that you have mentioned, Irene, which I think is important, which I think also has a relationship with democracy and whether or not governments remain accountable, is the whole focus on what you call the public resources, that you don't get that from money that comes from without. Because when that happens, whether in form of aid or whatever form it comes in, it means that more likely our own governments tend to become more accountable to those external sources of that. So there's a relationship. It's the old principle of taxation and democracy and participation. I think that there's something in there that we need to really see how we strengthen that narrative about public resources as a direct way of increasing the possibility of governments investing in public services like health and education, which is more present now. I think there's something there for us to, you know, to have a sort of political economy lens to public resources. I'm a bit worried because I know that we have spilled over. We don't have the balance of the time that we should have at about this time. I think we have reduced it. So I think the panelists will also find a way of making sure that, you know, in the next iteration we might spend maybe 2 minutes, but I think we really need to free a bit more time to engage with the plenary. And I know that the plenary will also be, you'll find ways through which the different aspects can come in. But maybe just before I really open it to the plenary, and I hope, Chena, you are tracking the questions that are coming from the plenary. I just wanted to come back to Dr. Tumai on something that I think might become important. Throughout this week, and I've seen it in different spaces, there's this we continue to see that most of Africa is in a kind of a dilemma because of the contradictions and sometimes the overlaps between environment, climate change, extractives, and also the need for development. There's a dilemma. We see that in different spaces as well. The environmentalists and the people who want to, you know, increase domestic resources. From what you know, from what you read, from the engagements you have, which way do we have for Africa on clean energy path, on environment, on extractives, and on development?
Thank you so much, Peter. You know, it's a complex issue, and you begin to hear about so many nexuses and complexes the moment you talk about climate change, development, energy, and extractives, particularly the extraction of energy resources. But whenever I engage with this, whether with my students or with you know, the government departments or researchers, it is important to understand that there are inherent tensions and contradictions between the obligations that states have undertaken or committed to in terms of the global climate change regime. So mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions of necessity means that we are going to have to forego some of our accustomed entrenched sources of energy. But this process, it was never meant to happen overnight. So there is this tension that there is an expectation of a faster transition, which must be just to a low carbon economy without leaving anyone behind and without losing, bleeding all the jobs that we have in the fossil fuels industry. But this is not practical, particularly for Africa. So I am an advocate of a sustainable transition, what I want to term a sustainable transition. This is a transition which will envision us continuing to rely on the resources that we do have, on the resources that by way of a sovereign right we are entitled to exploit. But we need to have in place the appropriate laws and regulation to enable sustainable exploitation and extraction of these resources. So I'm talking here broadly of your laws relating to who can extract the resources, what sort of impact assessments have to be done, both social, economic, cultural, and environmental assessments that have to be done, so that when we extract these resources that are damaging the environment, we have in place the appropriate mitigation measures to deal with the consequences and the problems. So the call is not for us to stop exploiting the resources. The call is for us to become more responsible and more diligent in how we exploit these resources. If we stop using coal right now, that will spell a lot of disaster for African countries, not only in terms of meeting some of our SDGs, but in terms of actually meeting the end game of why we're gathered today here. Development that is sustainable, development that trickles down to the person who is in the village and expecting and having hope that their standard of life can change. So I do believe that there are mechanisms in law and regulation that can enable countries to balance their obligations to reduce or to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions, adapt to the impacts that are already being felt, but at the same time also transition and ease out of over-reliance on fossil fuels to renewable energy. Renewable energy is costly. It is not completely environmentally friendly. It has got its own problems, its own challenges, and we need to prepare in the long term for the consequences, the social, economic, and environmental consequences of relying on renewable energy. For example, many countries that are right now using independent power producers, you will find that a lot of those newcomers are actually bankrolled by government guarantees and government support. And this is the private sector, private actors who are being supported by public funds to break into the energy sectors, into the energy markets. There could be an argument to say, should the governments be using public funds to actually support the private actors who are eventually looking for a return on their investments? Therefore, there's a big call for publicly and socially owned transition, socially owned, publicly owned renewable energy, low carbon economy that is anchored around social and public ownership, as opposed to really supporting private players who eventually will lead us to the situation that we have with IFFs right now. It's the MNSs and everything. It's a problem of us allowing the private sector to take control of knowledge, of systems and infrastructure. So I think that is what, there are no red answers as far as the issue of climate change, fossil fuels, renewable energy, and at the same time promoting sustainable development is concerned. It's a question of balance, and I believe that sustainability and laws aimed at promoting sustainable use and extraction of resources are key. Thank you.
Thank you. Well put, Doctor. I think you have said regulation and the role of government, therefore, to regulate on that, and the agency of all of us as citizens, civil society, and the knowledge, and then, of course, the whole urgent need to remain responsible in the way we do that. There are no straight answers, but I think that we need everybody on the table and making sure that our national interests or the interests of the people and the continent are secured. And there's quite a lot that needs to be done on that. But I think if I hear us, because we are now on the way forward, maybe I'll come back on, I mean, Irene has touched on a number of issues, including on governance, the need for us to really push our governments to engage in these processes. Dr. Tumai is now speaking to regulation and all that. In order to do that, there's a role in each of us. Maybe just to touch on the civil society, to you, Donald, there. What should we do? Because I know we have had through a number of things over this week. What should we do as CSOs beyond working in silos to ensure that we are supporting collaboration and are jointly engaging in these national, regional, continental, and global processes? What should we do differently from what we have been doing, given the urgency of the issues, including some of the things that Irene and everyone else was speaking to? Just in 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that you asked that, Peter, because I was actually just going to pick up from where Irene left when she was narrating the work we've been able to do together, TJNA, Palu, working with them, and we've got other colleagues. So there's a big tent, as I said, the campaign, and there are 6 of us who have now chosen to work together. And the real reason was like, when opportunities come like the ones Irene was describing, sometimes you can then wake up and realize that there are very, very few people whose values, whose principles, whose working methods you completely trust. And you can allow, or you can encourage to go and speak as though you were there. So, and then we get overwhelmed and we get, it's been quite heavy, you know, on us in terms of the way we work and the partnerships we built with government and the AU and so on. So there's a lot to be said about enlarging this space. We've got a big tent, as I said, but even within the big tent, there's scope for working more closely, having people where you show your values, your principles, your ideals, your working methods are aligned. And I think we should do more of that. On our part, as I said, 6 of us, TJNA, Trust Africa, AFRODAT, that's the African Forum and Network on Debt and Development, FEMNET, that's the African Women's Development and Communication Network, I Took Africa, the Africa chapter of the International Trade Union Confederation, and Palu, actually have been in talks for 2 years. From last year, sat down, came up with an MOU, formed a consortium, so a cluster within the larger tent, where we say we are now aligning our values and so on, and we work together. So I think that's one. But I think it's also very important to constantly be broadening the base. This is such a complex thing. It's such a contentious thing. Our states need support and also to be pushed. The international financial architecture, the hegemons that are there, the OECDs, the EUs and so on, will not give up power that they hold easily. So we really need a huge social movement of people from Africa and from the global South working together. So we also need to be constantly be building. And it's not just about the elite, the sophisticated NGOs and CSOs. It's also about how we simplify the language around IFFs to make it more accessible to citizens so that they can better engage on these issues. Infographics, short video clips, and so on, as part of the activities we should have done. And I think we need to build, and I think you've alluded to this yourself, moderator, Peter, when you're introducing your remarks, that we go beyond this group of people working specifically on issues like IFF, tax justice, economic justice, and consciously build linkages with other coalitions and other movements working on other things. And I'll give you one example, just one. Last year at the 7th PAC, our colleague Brian Kagoro weaved a very compelling narrative of different waves of violent extraction from Africa that we've undergone over the last 600, 700 years. It started with slavery, where what was illicitly extracted were human beings and taken to give free slave labor elsewhere. Then it moved to colonialism, where we were crudely occupied, and now it's the extracted that were being, resources that were being extracted. Then it's moved to neocolonialism and the neoliberal world order, which really merely just increased the sophistication or the pretense with which the exploitative extraction is ongoing. And IFFs is just one manifestation of this. So there's been a continuum of extraction from human beings to resources, to finances, and now even going into this digitalized and financialized space. But right from the outset, one of the other things that's been extracted is African spiritual heritage, African cultural heritage. Art, craft, cultural objects, religious objects, objects of kingdoms, stools, swords, and so on, have been captured and have been kept in North American and European museums, private collections, and so on. There is now a robust and growing movement of people working on restitution of this African cultural heritage. We should link these struggles because it's a continuum. We should link this struggle. We should link this struggle with others talking about reparations for slavery, for colonialism, and so on. We should link our struggles with others working on climate change and the divides within climate change, where those that contribute the least to greenhouse gases will be the ones who will suffer most. And we should link with others working on good governance and rule of law generally, and working on multilateralism and the principle of multilateralism generally. So I think there's a lot of scope for building strong linkages, even with those that are working on other pieces of work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Donald. I think I still have a few other questions, but I would want to link that to what already is beginning to come from the plenary so that we can save time. I want to come to you, Lydia. There's one question that has come from the screen. I don't know, I hope you have looked at it. It is basically asking us to see whether there are some victories that we can be registered, and also what was the reason for that. I think maybe to link that to that is also to look at, of course, the top line things, but also the structural issues. Yao Graham, TWN, reminded us that we will not solve the problem through intensifying the current models. Perhaps this is the same reason also the AMV talks about structural transformation. From EITI, are you looking at structural issues that go beyond transparency? And how do we re-engineer these African institutions to move away from focusing on attracting FDIs to building local wealth? Again, to the things that Irene actually told us, that we need to really looking at domestic issues and public finance. If there are any things that you want to speak to that, you answer those two questions, then I'll come back to the other panelists. And maybe as you say that, I've seen something that has been suggested, I think building on what Irene already suggested, given the urgency of the issues, whether we need to be considering a public statement out of this meeting, given what Irene has shared with us. I'm telling this to all of us, whether we need to be considering a public statement urging all our African governments to, at the minimum, take consultation seriously out of this. I think that might be something that the Secretariat need to start processing, so that maybe we can include it as an immediate thing we can do out of this meeting, so that next week we can see whether we can have a targeted messaging, especially around our ministries of finance. So, Lydia.
Thanks, Peter. I'll take your broadest question on the structural change first, and then get to the more specific. I'll briefly share an example of a revenue success story. Structure is a big word because it goes back to power and power relations, and that goes back to representation, of course. Who represents Africa? Who represents African people in decision making? And here we've heard a lot of discussion about the challenges there. EITI is policy agnostic in that we don't prescribe how countries should manage their natural resource wealth. EITI is a platform. On the global level, at the EITI board, there's 6 representatives from African implementing governments to African civil society representatives. And then, of course, in each EITI implementing countries, there's the multi-stakeholder group with the local civil society, extractive companies, and government representatives making decisions. And there, I like to think that when civil society is given a seat at the table, there's unexpected outcomes. It's not possible to give a sort of steps on what will happen when there's new kind of decision making and multi-stakeholder dialogue. Those outcomes differ from one context to another. One big sort of structural change that's happening in the sector is, of course, energy transition that Dr. Tumai referred to. And that means that the value of Africa's natural resources is changing. And that's something that's not doesn't depend on African countries. I mean, this is just something that's really important to take into account in decision making about the future of how to manage these resources and how much governments should rely on those, and whether governments through, for example, state-owned enterprises should invest public funds in fossil fuels. And it's really important that governments and citizens have sufficient information to consider that. And maybe just briefly, sort of going back to structures and representation, EITI enables governments or citizens to have public data on country level, but there's been a lot of talk this week about the role of African governments in the sort of decision making, OECD, UN, and what kind of information African governments and citizens have access to. And on a global level, that's pretty limited. Some extractive companies are now publishing country-by-country reports voluntarily, but that's really something like an opportunity. If public country-by-country reporting by companies becomes more mainstream, that provides opportunities for access to information and maybe changing some of those structures. Going to the question about how EITI countries have managed to recover or identify missing revenues, it's a really good one, because in some EITI countries, we see amazing success stories, and Nigeria is an example of that. In other EITI countries, the EITI process is more about churning out reports every year, and that's not really leading to anything. So there's big differences in that, and that's a really interesting point on why that's so different in different countries. Just an example of Nigeria. In Nigeria, the EITI looked at some production sharing contracts from 1993 and estimated that because those hadn't been reviewed when oil prices rose, which was coded in the contracts that review could have happened, Nigeria lost between $16 to $28 billion. And following that analysis and the outcry from that, the PSC Act was revised in November 2019. That introduced increased royalty rates, periodic reviews, and penalties for non-compliance. And then again, I mean, that's an example that can be quantified, but it's really difficult to quantify what the impact of the deterrence effect of transparency is. So how much more government revenue is being collected because license award processes are transparent, because politically exposed persons know that if they're applying for a license, that will now be publicly disclosed. And that's a trickier one to quantify. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Lydia, for that. I think that's helpful. I think I see that there's need for us to balance between things that needs to change within our countries, but also how we affect and influence the global systems, knowing that all investors or corporates, I mean, they do have interest, and quite often it's very rare that those interests overlap with our own. They are always contradictory and they're in the opposite directions. And that's why this issue of regulation, information, data, capacity, and most importantly, national interest becomes important, or even regional interest at that. But I think we are playing within a very unequal global governance system. I think we all agree on that, and I think that's the frustration. And for people like Irene who have been involved in some of these issues for some time, it must take some resilience to see, a few gains here, but the global system, as it were, is rigged against those who tend to be weak. And it doesn't help that our own political elite sometimes go to bed with the wrong forces, and makes it very difficult for us to achieve gains. And this is something that has come throughout the conference, this issue of governance, which is a key challenge to optimizing TRM from this extractive sector, or even anything that happens in the countries. and it has very strong dimensions, of course, on IFFs as well. And we know that the architecture is rigged, as I said. Irene, you were part of the Mbeki high-level panel process. You have served also in the Independent Commission for Reform of International Corporate Tax, ICRIT. No matter what we say, that is still the framework within which we work. And I know that from the Palu Task Force on IFFs as well, you were part of those initiatives. What is the solution, and how do we deal with governance issues, not just in the short term, but also in the long term? And do we need to really reimagine the mandate of the UN and see what are the opportunities with us? Even more now that we see the multilateral, system, global multilateral system is in disarray. And I think it was Lydia who told us, I think it was in the earlier session that no matter what we do, some of these countries who are mighty do what they like, and then we have those problems. What do we need to do differently, and what should be our message on changing this governance structure?
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I think Don started some of this discussion, and also the other colleagues. I think that the key thing for the outcome that I would want to see, and which is in the TR of the FACTI at a global level, is that we have a strong, inclusive global financial architecture for implementation of measures that build transparency, that build equality, equal participation, that builds the power of all countries, so that they can equally participate in rulemaking. Achieving that will not come without a fight, as we already see, because of vested interest. But on the positive side, I think there is more appreciation and recognition that the current system as it is cannot continue, is not sustainable, but also that there are few who benefit from it. Those who lose from the system, I used to call us the losers, until a friend in the Palu Task Force said, "Stop calling us losers." My idea was that we have those who benefit from the system and those who lose from the system. And I like to speak, call a spade a spade. So I said the losers from the system are the majority. So recognizing that, and that those losers, while concentrated in Africa and developing countries, actually across the world. Think about what's happening in the advanced economies. I live here in the US for a few years. You look at how cities and urban areas are starved of resources. You look at how tax avoidance, and not just evasion, but also tax avoidance by multinational entities and the wealthy starve resources to governments, not only in developing countries, which has happened and has been accompanied, has been pushed by the whole saga of structural adjustment programs that we went through for the past 30, 40 years, but it's now happening more and more in advanced economies as well. So this stark inequality is clearer now, and that for me is an opportunity, because it creates an opportunity to build a global coalition of progressive thinkers, and some of them are the groups that Don is talking about. It's very important to have labor in that group, civic organizations working on development issues, women's movements and other social movements, because they are able to mobilize grassroots and to unpack these really technical, complex issues and connect them to people's daily lives, so that people get angry and start engaging. Think about the kind of contribution that has been made by the investigative journalists, the Panama Papers, the Paradise Papers, and so on, and how those mobilized citizens to force governments to change, because they have vested interest, and the political economy that Livia's talked about, they're vested interest, and there's a conflict of interest quite often between those with economic power, like the multinationals and the wealthy, and those with political power. So you often have them working together. And when you have progressive forces, and I'm talking also from experience being in parliament, and also in some of these spaces like with Mbeki and this FACT panel, you find that the ability of such elites to influence processes, to intimidate, is very high and very organized. So what needs to happen on the part of the progressive forces, one is expanding the tent, as Don has talked about, but focusing not only on mobilizing through information, but also on organizing on being very organized. And there are examples. Somebody has asked, where has this happened? I remember the coalition that was organized largely through civil society, working with legislators like myself and governments, trade ministers and so on, within the context of the WTO, 2002 to 2005. Very powerful coalition that really, and started earlier, but I got involved around 2002, 2001, really pushed the WTO, in ministerials to challenge the power of vested interests and the power of the larger economies within that space. So it has been done, but it really takes work to build it up and to ensure that you have a range of actors. What then do we need in this particular instance? What are we looking for? We are really looking for space, discussions and decisions, negotiations on financial issues, on taxation specifically, to shift into the UN space. Not because not because it has no problems. It has challenges. The multilateral system has challenges, but that is a space where you have all governments, all countries represented on an equal basis, where the rules are clear, the procedures are clear. This is not the case with the OECD. The decision making of the OECD is not clear. There's lack of transparency within there. Governments which have signed up onto that are faced with huge costs of participating, but there's information asymmetry within that, the point that Dr. Tumai was talking about. And how decisions are made is not evident. So even proposals that have been made by developing countries through the G24 in the OECD process were not taken on board on the proposals that emerged from the OECD Secretariat. So we are saying that the UN is the best space because it is the most inclusive space. It is the space where negotiations can happen in a fair way, where the rules of negotiation are clearer. And that is the overarching thing that we need to be pushing for through this. So what then do African governments need to do? And this I borrow from some statement by His Excellency Mbeki in a recent forum. He said there are three principal challenges for Africa today: to build on our understanding of illicit financial flows and of the politics of illicit financial flows and of what needs to be done. They're very clear recommendations in many different documents. The issue is getting action. So he said one of them is really building internal capacity to combat it. So at a country level, the national level, there are actions that need to be taken. How do we get the political will for that to happen? That's the process that civil society needs to push and engage and mobilize society around that one. Then he said that there's a need to establish global coherence on what agreed actions they are. So to build global consensus, recognizing that Africa by itself will not be able to cause change at an international level because of the vested interests and the benefits that flow with the status quo. So Africa needs to build connections with other regions. And I would say the G77 is a space that needs to be utilized by Africa. The role of organizations like the South Center are really critical in building that South-South cooperation, and then to build coalitions with progressive forces in the advanced economies in the global north. And then finally, to develop the global mechanisms that will ensure full adherence. So on that political economy, just two last things I want to really talk about that as we break it down. From building, in terms of building our domestic internal African capacity, a key thing that we must challenge is the dominant economic ideologies. And for me, that's where the issues like the role of the academia, Dr. Tumai and colleagues like you, the role of think tank, the role of our universities in that. Because in spite of the clear contradictions and failures of this neoliberal system in delivering development, we still find our governments, we still find discussions at international level premised on the idea of working through neoliberal systems. So the role of private sector is still glorified and all of that. The role of government is like governments are shy to speak about the roles that they must have. Finance ministers who will be in our regional meetings next week, they still often come from that kind of context of neoliberal thinking. So there's a need to challenge the dominant, the mainstream economic ideologies, and do this in very clear, simple terms that ordinary citizens, people who are not experts, people like me, can understand and connect to themselves, and to connect all of this. And the last one I want to talk about enablers. So the vested interest, we need clarity about who these enablers are. The ones we often talk about, banking, financial services industries, accountants, auditors, lawyers like myself. Yes, but that's not comprehensive. What role do hedge funds play in this, in advancing illicit financial flows, in enabling illicit financial flows? So more comprehensive. And for those sectors, those professions, which are international professions, and they often have international forums or spaces that generate the rules around how they work, the rules around how auditors work and the due diligence expectations of them, the rules for banking, the rules for lawyers. Who develops the rules for those professions? What accountabilities are built into them? So let us start unpacking who participates, for example, in deciding how banks work, how banks operate, and what sort of regulation is to be imposed on them. Those spaces are very exclusive, and they're very hidden. Very few people know where are those kind of decisions made, for example, on accounting rules. So we need to unpack some of those. Those for me are part of the political economy. The decision makers who we don't even know exist. If you look at you mentioned, Livia, about the value of extractives from Africa. Who defines the cost of those? Who defines the prices for African commodities? All those are part of the challenge. Who are the people who decide the value of primary commodities? Who are I came across something recently that there are 4 companies, 4 multinationals that basically are the ones who set those rules and who buy the commodities and determine the prices globally. So who are they? We need to unpack some of those things. So all those are part of the political economy, and then look at how they influence our governments, how they intimidate even progressives in governments, and prevent them from making decisions that are well known because there are reports of all of this. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Irene. I think you've made some summaries, and I think we will capture that as part of the way forward about what we need to do at different levels. I think we'll come back to that. I'm seeing some questions in the plenary. Some of them have been responded to already, but maybe coming to you, Tumai, I think somebody has asked a question on asking you to comment on the feasibility of a global compact where African countries move away from unnecessary extractives and the global north compensate from funds already generated. And I understand that this was a proposal that came from Professor Bond in the plenary session earlier. I see that we have 10 minutes, including summarizing some of the things. So maybe if we can just use 1 minute for 1 or 2 minutes, Dr. Tumai, including speaking to the challenge that Irene has given for the agency of the academia in shaping narratives.
Thank you, Peter. I have responded to the issue of the global compact, and just expressed my pessimism there, particularly given the way all the global funds that we have been trying to set up, particularly to enable a just transition, if not lived up to expectations. Climate funding is not bringing us the funds that developing countries were expecting to enable them to build capacity, to adapt, to build capacity, to strengthen their institutions, and enable them to play a better role in the climate change regime. So yes, it's a good proposal, but I have doubts of its practicality, particularly given the current context of the North in terms of their inward-looking movements, in terms of possibly in the medium term, we are not going to be having a lot of money flowing down south from the North, particularly post-COVID as well. So in the long term, it might be a good solution, but its practicality is quite doubtful in terms of the North not being prepared to continuously support us. They have been, and we've been going there with the bowl for many years. I believe this is where domestic resource mobilization is important, and innovation. Just to come to Lydia, to Irene's questions issue now. This is where the academia and universities are very important. Innovation, research, and development. And this is where the fees must fall movement. I'm a professor. I didn't like part of it because it harassed me a lot. But I really liked it because it challenged us to step out of the colonial education that we got and that we are pandering to. And we need to be thinking, to be changing narratives, to be changing theories, or even stopping some theories that have found us in this situation. So we need to really decolonize, not in the simple way that the students are talking about, but let's decolonize the way we think about development, the way we think about regulation. I'm glad that Irene spoke about financial services regulation. I used to teach and research in banking. And it's a whole field, it's a whole world that is itself opaque. And only a few huge tentacles, but linked to a few corporations are involved in setting the regulations, setting the rules of the game, which rules are leading us to this situation where we are losing a lot. So I do think that universities have a lot to play in terms of research and development, but also critical, while I have the space here, universities have a critical role of playing the game outside the campuses by working with civil society organizations so that innovation is translated into policy, is translated into actual development processes that produce results on the ground. So I want to encourage CSOs to work closely with research institutions, with think tanks, with universities, because a lot of useful information is lying in universities right now, which could be translated and be used in lobbying, in negotiations, in the intergovernmental processes that are going on right now. So I think it's important for CSOs to take this forward, including engaging with research institutions and universities. And I want to applaud CSOs for actually creating these platforms. Without CSOs, we would not be having IFFC as an issue for discussion right now. So these are the products of CSOs' work. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's concurrence there. And I think that the issue of that probably also goes back to how we finance our research and our education broadly. Because the one who finances, if you look at any investments on research and how our governments either take interest in it or don't, then we shouldn't be surprised if we see who defines the research agenda or the knowledge agenda in the country. I think it's an important issue that we need to reflect, I think, in the actions. We are coming to the end. I would probably open this up to one or two things before I can just make a closing note on this and hand over to the rest. There's one question that has come. I think maybe, I don't know whether between Lydia and Irene, who is best placed to respond to this. It's about these G20 countries being signatories to the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters and the GSA, the Global Standard on Automatic Exchange of Information. We see how the implementation of these conventions can reduce. I think they're saying, could it be that the right way to eradicate IFF is not in the International Tax Corporation? I think this is it's an alternative narrative, I think. Maybe I think, Irene, you might want to speak to this. Is it an option to get off this, not in the International Tax Corporation framework? I think that you probably said we need to be in these spaces, but maybe if you want to speak to that, just in 1 minute.
Yeah, there are multiple approaches. As I said before, these issues are multi-dimensional, so there are multiple things that need to be done around it, and certainly issues around automatic exchange of information, country by country reporting, beneficial ownership, all those are issues that connect and feed into increasing transparency and knowledge, for action, for regulation, for control of IFFs. So I wouldn't see them as mutually exclusive. So that is important, and at the same time, it's important to deal with international tax rules, because international tax rules determine allocation of taxing rights between countries. So if countries, in our case, most African countries are primarily source countries. So if we do not, and one, they're source countries, two, they're capital importing countries through FDI and so on. So if we do not have the sufficient rights to tax the economic activities that happen in our jurisdictions, including the new complications coming from digitalization, then we may have transparency, but transparency over nothing, So we have to generate the resources through taxation. So it's not mutually exclusive.
Thank you very much, Irene. And I think that this is an interesting conversation. I think that as a way of just to re-emphasize again, as I thank the panelists, I see Lydia has also posted some EITI publication on reporting on guidelines for companies buying oil. You can look at that link. Thanks, Lydia, for that. I think there are a number of things that have come up, and I think that this will be reflected in the report as I see. One is clarifying on our national interests vis-a-vis others and being clear about that, and therefore acknowledging what are the interests of the different cooperating or uncooperating forces. One is on knowledge and also capacity to deal with data and facts and who is driving that, what is the investment in that, and also I think there's something about the politics of it, the narratives and what should be the agency of our knowledge institutions for that, the academia, the role of civil society, and the need to work with others and to connect across functions, across areas, across sectors, across geographies, and also the whole idea about engaging in these global spaces intentionally and finding ways through which we can build where there's common interest, solidarity, global solidarity, to give some energy on that. And then also populating the spaces where these decisions are being made, including those ones that are happening right now. And I think that suggestion, thanks Joab for that suggestion, to also see whether out of this meeting we can come out with at least a public statement calling on our governments to at least participate in the ongoing consultations with the BEPS process and all that. I think those are all good ideas, and they all link to and build up from the very detailed content conversations that have happened throughout the rest of the week. I just want to use this last minute, as I still have it, to thank all of us, especially these eminent panelists who have been extremely very rich in what they have shared. And I hope that this is something that has been appreciated by all of us as well. And all this energy and all these suggestions and all this understanding of the limitations that we have to grapple with, also seeing the not being too dismayed and discouraged, but also finding time to look at where the opportunities are and building on where things are happening, and making sure that, you know, out of this COVID-19 pandemic, we see the silver linings and we maximize those so that we can rebuild afresh in a way that creates a positive future, a more equal future for our continent. I want to thank all of us, and now at this point to hand over back to the Secretariat. I hope it is probably Alvin to take us into the last session as we close this Pan-African Conference on IFFIs. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the panelists. We appreciate you so much. This came at a very short notice. We thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter, for the good hosting.
Thanks.
Thank you, Peter, and all the panelists for a very, very, very wonderful closing session. We could not have really closed this meeting on a higher note. Thanks to the colleagues, Peter, Dawn, Irene, and the colleague from the ITI. Really, really, really wonderful. So we don't want to keep guys here longer than necessary. This is really our vote of thanks. Peter, if this was a fiscal meeting, we would have actually clapped, but unfortunately we can't clap in a virtual session. But I will first call upon the hosts of the 2020 PAC conference, led by Briggs, who was really the driving force on this, to come in and share his final thoughts before we can close the meeting. Briggs.
Thank you, Alvin. Yeah, amazing panel. So thank you, Peter, for hosting that. So on behalf of Trust Africa, it has been a real honor for us to be the hosts of the 8th Pan-African Conference on illicit financial flows taxation. As Dawn mentioned earlier, this has really become the preeminent platform for debate, for discussion, for solution seeking, for solidarity building, as we seek to solve challenges that we are facing as a continent around taxation and IFFs. I think for me, first is to salute Alvin and the Tax Justice Network Africa team for holding high the torch all these several years and ensuring that we continue to have such a dynamic space. And secondly, to salute the team at Trust Africa that has played a big role in creating the dynamic conference that we've had, as well as salute the co-conveners. I think it's important to mention them: Tax Justice Network Africa, Global Alliance for Tax Justice, UNECA, the African Union Commission, Pan-African Lawyers Union, Oxfam, Action Aid, ATAF, the Stop the Bleeding Consortium, Publish What You Pay, ISODEC, AMDC, Youth Tech Justice Network, ZimCode, Afrodad, and Southern Africa Resource Watch. I think first, with the challenge of COVID-19, together we co-created, we rose to the occasion, we innovated, and we co-created a very dynamic conference. And coming to the Trust Africa team, the team has, really worked hard. Alvin will take us through the special mentions for the Tax Justice Network team, but for the Trust Africa team, I really like to mention my colleagues, Abda on communication, Fatumata on the technology side, Rogetto, and Brenda, who's also helped with the logistics, Ibrahim with the finance, and above all, I really would like to mention Amandine. You are a superwoman, Amandine. She led the charge and led the ground operation that has delivered this, this beautiful conference. Thank you so much, Amandine. This would not have been possible without you really grabbing the task by both hands and leading us the way. You're a superwoman. Fully appreciate that. The goal for this conference was really to strengthen Pan-African action and global solidarity efforts to stop the bleeding of Africa's resources, particularly from the extractive sector. And in my view, and I'm not trying to rig the evaluation process here, but in my view, I believe that together we really, moved the needle towards that. At this point, let me just mention that there will be a report coming out of this that will be shared. There will also be the discussion papers that were presented. Those will also be available for sharing. And the struggle continues, a luta continua. Let me hand over to Alvin for the final words as we look towards the Pan-African Conference 2021. Over to you, Alvin. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Briggs. We were worried that when we'll be giving this closing remarks, we'll be speaking to an empty room, but happy that colleagues are still kind of waiting. I'll be very brief. It's really an honor and a privilege that we have managed to achieve this kind of success, organizing a conference, as Briggs said, that happened in so many different ways. We were having it multi-stakeholder, the 17 organizations that were part of this conference happening at the national level. As you might know, we were having a series of national level physical events that happened in Zimbabwe, in Ghana, in Kenya, regional, sub-regional virtual events happening in the SADC region and in the East Africa region. And of course, the Pan-Africa Conference, the main virtual event that has been happening over the last 3 days. Pulling together, this has not been easy, but really a great appreciation to the entire team, particularly led by the coordinating teams of TGNA and Trust Africa, the colleagues and TGNA, of course. As usual, guys, you'll forgive me if I forgot somebody out, but really to thank everyone from the TGNA Secretariat who led and participated in this. Brian, of course, for the work he led in the IT, making sure that this multi-level meeting was happening without any kind of technical disturbances. Brian, great job. Mukasiri, Cynthia, Wellington, Zipporah, Winnie, Chennai, Paul, Farah, and all other colleagues. I don't want to list, it was a big number of teams that were involved in this. A really great appreciation, guys. You pulled something wonderful, and if this was a fiscal meeting, as you know, I will call all of you up to the stage to get recognition. Sometimes the work done at the back room is really not seen, but the success of this is all your work. You need to be proud, and as we head to the weekend, please be proud of the great work we have done. To the participants, of course, that all of you that were patient with us, despite these few hiccups to participate in this event throughout the week, and the translators that managed to ensure that we're having a multilingual translation across the teams, and of course to the panelists who made this possible, the different panelists that really made the richness of this conversation. As Brick said, this is not the end of it. The purpose of the park, as it was said, is really to bring people together, is to create this big tent that Don was talking about, and we're heading there. This is the 8th time we are holding the park, and the 9th park is going to be even more successful. Thanks to your participation, we'll be again coming back to you, calling upon you to support us, to support the cause for tax justice and the curbing illicit financial flows, as it has been said several times across this 1 week. This is not going to be individual effort. It is all of us pulling together. And lastly, just to respond to the proposal that was made of us developing a statement, I think this is a brilliant proposal. The Secretariat is going to rethink about that and come to you during the beginning, in the first few days of the week, because the time, we have a very, very short time frame to work to that. I really think it's something that it's a golden opportunity we have to influence the global conversation. So we're going to be working on that and sharing this also through this forum. Thanks everyone for this, and wishing you all a wonderful weekend and a good evening, a good afternoon, wherever you are. Asante sana.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye everyone, and a great weekend ahead.
Alvin, go home. Oh, you're already.
I'm gonna be the very last person leaving. Who else doesn't want to go home?
Renee is very sad that you.
Yeah, I can see.
You put us in the last session, so we wish you can continue.
Tomorrow you're still here. People don't want to log off.
Goodbye, Alvin. Enjoy the weekend.
Thank you very much, everyone. Really, really appreciate it. I will log off once everyone has logged up. I'll log off before Brian.
I'll make it Hi Renee, how are you?
Rene, you don't want to go home.
How are you?
Rene, you don't want to go home.
So we are not having the closure of the passive.
That's what just we did in 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. In this same link, or we have to connect again?
No, we are not connecting again. That was the final session, me and Brick speaking.
Okay.
Yes.
And now we are just waiting for you now, or?
No, we are finished. Finito.
Okay. Okay, it was a good pleasure. Everything was okay. I take this occasion to congratulate all of you because it was just perfect.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rene.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
All right.